there, want to make your voice heard at a Board of Supervisors meeting? We're all ears. Here's how you can get involved. First, hop online and look at the agendas. This will give you the scoop on what's coming up before the board. Each agenda item includes a brief description of the issue, the recommendations, and potential impacts. If you need more detail, check out the detailed reports online. Those are called board letters. Then, decide if you want to speak at Tuesday's general legislative session or Wednesday's land use session. You'll have 3 opportunities to have your say. Let's start with non-agenda public comment. This is your chance to talk about things that aren't on the agenda, but try and keep your topic related to county government. For non-agenda public comments, you can speak at either the Tuesday or Wednesday session, but not both. So, pick your day accordingly. And keep in mind, the board can't act on the spot. They'll refer your comments to the Chief Administrative Officer, who will look into the issue. Last thing, the board will hear from the first 10 speakers, 5 in person and 5 by phone at the beginning of the session. Then all the remaining speakers will get their chance to speak after the discussion items. During the consent agenda, the board handles a bunch of routine items with 1 vote. If you want to comment on an item, keep it simple. For example, I'm John Doe speaking on item 5, and I agree with approving the contract. Discussion items are the main event where the board debates before making a decision. They'll hear from supporters first, then those against. And if you have documents, hand them to the deputy clerk when it's your turn to speak at the podium. If you want to speak, you need a speaker slip. White slips are for non-agenda comments. Turn these in before we hear from the first speaker. Green or pink slips are for specific items. Get these in before public comment begins. And please turn in your speaker slip early. If you don't turn it in before it's due, you won't be able to speak to the board. Now, you get 2 minutes to speak, but if lots of people want to talk, it might get cut to 1 minute. So, you might want to consider writing 2 sets of comments, one for 2 minutes, another one for 1. That way, if time's cut, you won't be scrambling. There's also a countdown clock at the podium to keep you on track. Once you're at the podium, stay on topic. Stick to the current agenda item. If you stray off topic, you might get a gentle nudge to get back to the point. Keep your comments related to the agenda item's recommendations because that's what the board is relying on to make a decision. Also, speak directly to the board. They're the ones making the decision. When your time's up, it's up. Overstaying might mean getting muted or even asked to leave. Now for some ground rules. For safety, keep aisles and doorways clear. If there isn't a seat, head across the hall to room 302 or the 4th floor balcony to watch the meeting. Respect is huge. Everyone should feel heard. That means you, other speakers, and the Board of Supervisors. Disruptive behavior gets 1 warning, and after that, a deputy sheriff might show you the door. So let's keep it respectful. Your voice matters, and we want to hear from you. Remember, we're all here to make a difference.
7th, 2025 General Legislative Session of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are one example of a community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that exists between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Supervisor Anderson is out sick today. We hope he feels better and we wish him well. Andrew, please call the roll for today's session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here. We will have Reverend Madison Shockley of the Pilgrim United Church of Christ deliver the invocation. Following the invocation, Margaret Vonner Smith of the African American Association of County Employees will also deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Let us pray. Holy and gracious Creator, gather today our public servants who have the awesome responsibility of making decisions that will impact the lives of millions of your precious children. You, O God, are the perfect divine parent. You have no favorite children, but all are cherished and loved. In your glorious wisdom, you have decorated the world with the brilliant diversity of flowers, trees, plants, and people. People of every complexion, language, ability, identity, and gender, and each blessed with unique gifts and talents. How blessed are we to live at an intersection of geography that brings people from all over your precious planet in that eternal flow of human movement to the sun-kissed shores of our San Diego. But living together with such diversity requires the gifts of divine spirit, patience, compassion, grace, goodness, faithfulness, peace, and love. Endow our supervisors with these gifts. May we so live together that we might form a beloved community where all your children may offer their unique and extraordinary capacities to the whole world. During this Black History Month, we set aside time to recognize the spectacular contributions of people of African descent who have made this nation and this county better, stronger, more faithful, and more just. We praise you for sending into the world the Reverend Richard Allen, founder of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Ida B. Wells Barnett, fearless journalist who combated America's reign of lynching terror at the turn of the 20th century, and Bayard Rustin, the organizer of the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. As Americans, we know that to whom much is given, much is required. We understand that our wealth, privilege, and power are not signs of our entitlement, but are a responsibility and an opportunity to make sure that from the generous bounty of your creation, all your children might have food, health, shelter, and opportunity for meaningful engagement with the life that really is life. Forgive us and bless us. Amen.
Good morning. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the proclamations. The first proclamation will be given by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring American Heart Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Debbie Day, Chair of the American Heart Association, San Diego Board of Directors.
Good morning, everyone. That made me feel good. Thank you. I'm honored to present this proclamation along with my colleague who is sick, Supervisor Anderson, to the American Heart Association to recognize its incredible work fighting heart disease and stroke while empowering individuals, families, and communities to thrive. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the American Heart Association's leaders, staff, and volunteers, especially those serving San Diego County. Your dedication saves lives and creates a healthier future for all of us. Cardiovascular disease remains the leading cause of death in the United States, affecting millions of people every year. Every year, more than 350,000 people experience cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, and sadly, only 1 in 10 survive. These statistics remind us of the urgency of the fight against heart disease and stroke. Yesterday, I had the privilege of participating in the county's Love Your Heart By National Kickoff, which was created to address a staggering fact associated with the 3-4-50 concept. 3 is for 3 behaviors: poor diet, physical inactivity, and tobacco use. 4 is for the number of chronic diseases to which these 3 behaviors contribute. These deadly 4 chronic diseases are cancer, heart disease, and stroke, which are directly related to high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and lung diseases like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD. I'll just say that. The 50 is for the 50% of deaths worldwide caused by these 4 chronic diseases. In 2022, nearly 5,000 San Diegans died from heart disease alone. We hope all of our neighbors join us in this initiative to get your blood pressure checked. And I believe this is why the AHA is a vital asset to our residents. Over its 100-year history, the AHA has been a leading force in combating heart disease and stroke. They've invested an incredible $5 billion in research funding since 1949, making them the largest private funder of cardiovascular research in the U.S., second only to the federal government. Their efforts have led to significant health milestones, including a 15.1% reduction in deaths from heart disease and a 13.6% reduction from stroke since February 2018. Here in San Diego, the AHA has played a critical and crucial role in promoting healthy lifestyles, training individuals in life-saving CPR, and working with local schools and communities to improve nutrition and overall heart health. 22 million people are trained annually in CPR, ensuring bystanders can act quickly in emergencies and save lives, skills that directly impact families and communities in San Diego. Their work extends to tackling high blood pressure, where more than 19 million patients have benefited from a quality care initiative designed to improve treatment outcomes. Through their efforts, the American Heart Association has reached over 12 million people with nutrition improvements across 44 communities, ensuring greater access to heart-healthy food. Their continuous education, advocacy, and research work supports local hospitals, schools, and businesses implementing heart-healthy practices. The American Heart Association's mission to be a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives resonates deeply with our county's goals of promoting public health and wellness. From advancing groundbreaking research to empowering individuals to take control of their heart health, the American Heart Association's work exemplifies the very best of what community leadership looks like. As we celebrate American Heart Month and the life-saving work of the American Heart Association. I encourage everyone to join their efforts by learning CPR, advocating for healthier policies, and spreading awareness about the importance of heart health. And with that, I will read the last line of the proclamation. Be it proclaimed by all of the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 11th day of February 2025 that they commend the American Heart Association for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be American Heart Month throughout San Diego County. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Stepp. That was beautiful, and also thank you for that beautiful opening prayer. I want to say thank you also on the American Heart Month proclamation. This February, in celebration of American Heart Month, the American Heart Association is urging every family in the U.S. to learn CPR, to protect the ones you love most. Through the Nation of Lifesavers initiative, the Heart Association has set a goal of doubling the survival of cardiac arrest by 2030. With more than 350,000 people experiencing cardiac arrests outside of a hospital, including 23,000 children, CPR is a critical skill that kids as young as 9 years old can learn. And if you're like me, it's different than when we learned when we were in Girl Scouts a million years ago. So you want to learn, it's a lot easier than what we remember. To save more lives, we must increase the number of people who respond to cardiac arrest by calling 911, delivering high-quality CPR, and getting and using an AED as soon as it is available. This past Friday, this building was lit up in red for the National Wear Red Day. By going red, we raise awareness and education, especially around women's heart health. Women are less likely to receive CPR from a bystander. Barriers include fear of legal ramifications and accusations of inappropriate touching. A 2017 study found that only 39% of women in cardiac arrest received CPR from strangers in public, compared with 45% of men, and men's odds of surviving were 23% higher than women. So please join me and the American Heart Association, Nation of Lifesavers, by learning CPR to transition from bystander to lifesaver. And thank you again for the proclamation.
Oh. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring Black History Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Pastor James Wiley of Real Teens San Diego and Margaret Vonner Smith of the African Americans Association of County Employees.
Good morning again. This will be my last one, so the last time you have to hear my voice for about 30 minutes. Okay, it really is an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate Black History Month, a time to honor African Americans' accomplishments, sacrifices, and contributions throughout history and in our community. Black History Month began as a week of recognition and has grown into an entire month dedicated to reflecting on the extraordinary impact of Black leaders, past and present. This month, we are reminded to honor not only the triumphs, but also the hardships that have shaped the resilience of Black Americans. When we recognize Black History Month, we must also uplift the historical arrival of the group of 20 and odd Negroes, which marked the beginning of the trend where the people of Africa were taken unwillingly from their homeland and transplanted to a foreign land, and the atrocities they endured in their transport. During the course of the slave trade, an estimated 50 million African men, women, and children were kidnapped from their native homes, and of those, the majority, about 35 million, lost their lives. Reckoning with those horrific truths has shaped the resilience and courage of our everyday experience as Black Americans. Black heroes and pioneers have greatly influenced the earliest days of the formation of the United States in education, government, science, business, economics, and so much more to our society. As a Black woman in public service, I see my work as a continuation of that resistance to ensure our voices are heard, our communities are uplifted, and our history is celebrated. San Diego County is fortunate to have trailblazing organizations and individuals who exemplify the values of Black History Month every day. Locally, we recognize the African American Association of County Employees, or ACE, and their dedication to promoting equity, inclusion, and opportunity for Black professionals, while also amplifying the voices of African Americans in the pursuit of justice and fairness. This is one of many of our employee resource groups who work to foster a diverse and inclusive environment within the county and the broader community. Another shining example is Pastor James Wiley, founder of Real Teens San Diego. Pastor Wiley's mission is to empower teenagers to discover their identity in respect, love, and spiritual growth while instilling a deep sense of community service and leadership. His work with Real Teens is not just about this month, but about creating a lasting daily impact on the next generation. While Black History Month is a time to celebrate, it is also a call to action. Every day, the truth about our history is watered down, often threatened with erasure and scapegoating. Black Americans still fight for equity, justice, and peace. It's imperative that we take the time to preserve and honor the history, culture, and heritage of the ancestors who fought long before us. I am grateful for the countless individuals who have paved the way for me to serve District 4 and beyond, as well as these fantastic organizations we have honored today. Black History Month is not just a moment. It reflects our ongoing contributions to this country and our collective responsibility to build on that legacy. With that, I'll read the last line of the proclamation. Be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 11th day of February 2025 that we commend the African American Association of County Employees and Real Teens San Diego for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be Black History Month throughout San Diego County. Anyone have any comments?
Good morning. We're super excited and very thankful to be receiving this proclamation in honor of Black History Month. We wanted to say thank you for the county's continuous support, and we will continue to flourish in our mission to connect, inspire, and succeed. Thank you.
I'm a little tall. Thank you so much for this incredible honor and recognizing the work that we do with Real Teens in the community. Behind me, I have my support system, my village, and this is exactly what we're trying to create in our community in Southeast San Diego. We want every student to have a support system in the village. I wouldn't be anything without them. They push me, they propel me, they lead me and guide me, and we want to be the same thing for our youth in the community, a group of people who can lead and guide and direct our youth so they can have bright futures and just succeed and be who it is that God created them to be. So I appreciate this honor, this recognition. I'm grateful. Thankful for my village. village. And thank you for Monica Montgomery and the rest of the supervisors. I definitely appreciate this honor. God bless.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond, honoring Bob Stacy, retired Vista Fire Captain. Accepting the proclamation will be retired Captain Bob Stacy.
Adela, Jim. I'm good to see you. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I'm going to tell everybody. So is Bob Nunez, is he here or no? She had a Bob Nunez? No, he couldn't make it. Okay, okay. Wow. Well, good morning, everyone. I want to welcome Bob Stacy and Adela here today. Bob is a retired fire captain from the Vista Fire Department and a member of International Association of Firefighters, Local 4107. Today we celebrate Bob's journey. Bob served for over 30 years in the fire department and is now a cancer survivor for more than 5 years. Today we celebrate Bob's journey in February, which is a busy month. It's American Heart Month, Black History Month, and also National Cancer Prevention Month. Reminding everyone to keep educating ourselves and loved ones about cancer prevention. Unfortunately, cancer is one of the leading causes of death among firefighters, with research indicating they face a higher risk of certain cancers than the general population. They run to fight fires, into smoke and toxic debris for us. After Bob celebrated his 56th birthday, he went to an annual physical, including some blood work, which led to a recommendation to see a urologist. A week later, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. But determined to overcome his challenge, just like all firefighters do, he began a treatment. He fought and he had 28 treatments of radiation and is now cancer-free. Yes. So last month, January, to honor Firefighter Awareness Month, Bob, along with his friend Bob Nunez, walked 15 miles from Lake San Marcos through Carlsbad to Encinitas, taking about 6 hours, and he had this sign on his back for firefighter awareness. Firefighter awareness and cancer awareness. Now, Bob now volunteers with the Firefighter Cancer Support Network, nonprofit organization that's been providing support and one-on-one mentoring to cancer-stricken firefighters, EMTs, and their families since 2005. So whereas the County of San Diego, we're committed to recognizing and honoring these individuals that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and now Bob Stacy is one such worthy individual. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that on this 11th day of February 2025, that we commend Bob Stacy for his outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and hereby do declare this day to be Bob Stacy Day throughout San Diego County. Here, put the hand quick little photo, okay? And then I'll take it. If you got a few words?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Take all the time you want.
And thanks to all the supervisors here and everybody today, and to my girlfriend. This wasn't expected and quite humbling. She's supposed to help me when I start breaking down like this. So I want to talk about the sign and the walk. So the sign and the walk really started with a buddy of mine and I's. We walk every week, and he had the bright idea of doing a long walk, and I said, well, how long? And he said, let's do 15 miles. And I said, great, can we do it tomorrow? Because it's Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. And he said, let's do it. And I said, I'm making a sign, and that's where the sign came from. There were 2 walkers this January, and you're all invited next year. So I want to make it 50 walkers. So if anybody has any ideas on how to pull that off, please just text me or call me at that number. January is Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month, and I belong to a group, as Supervisor said, Firefighter Cancer Support Network. And it was started by an LA County firefighter in 2005 who was diagnosed with colon cancer, and he's doing awesome today. And what this group does is they have a motto: you fight fires, we fight cancer. And they help firefighters, EMS personnel, and their family. And it's kind of like a badge-to-badge support. And they've helped 11,000 personnel to date. And they do this with 220 mentors. And I happen to be one of them. And they have 220 mentors in 44 different states. And it's all free. And I just want to close with 2 staggering stats. And the first one is 2/3 of firefighters fighting fires today will be battling some type of cancer tomorrow. And the last one, firefighters are more likely to die from cancer than fighting a fire. Just know, everybody out in the group and anybody who's listening, cancer is treatable and it's beatable. Thank you.
We will now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on the meeting agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Under the board's rules, speakers can only speak once per meeting for non-agenda public communication, either at today's general legislative session or tomorrow's land use legislative session, but not both sessions. Speakers may select which session to address the board at their own convenience. To better facilitate the meeting, for non-agenda public comment, we will have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers by phone. The rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's session. According to the board's rules of procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or do anything that disrupts the proceedings. If you disrupt the meeting, you will be given 1 warning. After that 1 warning, if you disrupt the meeting again, you will be directed to leave the chamber for the remainder of the meeting. Reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. Additionally, in accordance with the board's rules, in order to ensure timely completion of today's agenda, for any discussion items with 20 or more speakers, individuals will have 1 minute to share their opinion at the chair's discretion. For all other items, speakers will have 2 minutes. Andrew, can you call the speakers?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 25 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 12 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As the Vice Chair indicated, in accordance with the Board's rules of procedure, we'll hear from the first 5 speakers in person. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the Board. We'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 speakers, Jeff No Way, Kira No Way, and Zora Fahim. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Jeff, the vast majority of doctors and nurses have no idea what they are involved in. The professions are filled with good-meaning people who have simply been led astray. They have no idea of their key role in deliberate harm/depopulation. They are mind-controlled. They have been taught by eugenicists. It is simply an uncomfortable truth. The vast majority of teachers fall in the same category. There are, of course, some lovely, well-meaning people. They, too, are simply mind-controlled. The profession hijacked by the same Rockefeller clan that hijacked medicine in the early 1900s. The teachers have no ideas. They have no idea they are indoctrinating the kids with lies meant to cage the children as unknowing, free-range slaves working as cogs in the wheel of this inverted beast system. Our military members, filled with genuine patriotism, they similarly have no idea that they are the muscle for this cabal at the federal level. Police officers have no idea that they are the muscle for the cabal at the domestic level. All the people at big corporations have no idea their coordination with government is full-on fascism, helping to facilitate the tyranny at hand. All the people voting can't yet see that the system is completely fraudulent and the 2 parties are in fact one. Everybody is just doing their job. This place has long been run by liars, manipulators, eugenicists. The majority of humans carrying out tasks through these creeps are completely oblivious to their involvement/personal responsibility. That is changing, Jim. May they awaken sooner than later, and may we all have extra grace for them as they have their related revelations. It is not/will not be easy. The board members here are all under the same nefarious mind control, or in on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Peter Knopper and Michael Brando. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Name is Kara. Arizona, Connecticut, Florida, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Maine, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. 24 states. What do these 24 states have in common? These are the states making legislation to protect their constituents from geoengineering and weather modification experiments. Jim Desmond, pilot of 33 years for Delta. Jim, I know you're very popular these days on some very big issues like our sanctuary city status, protecting our border, and the insanity of having mentally ill boys confused and playing on teams with girls. I support your efforts here. I thank you for your common sense stance on these issues. What I'm asking from you here today is more common sense. We know that Congress mandated to fund these geoengineering projects without a single study on the effects of human health or without a single vote passed by we, the people, giving our consent. We know this because now we can see how and where our tax monies are being paid and spent via the website usaspending.gov. So what's the common sense, you ask? Be the guy in California that takes this issue head on. Contact any of us conspiracy theorists that have been coming in here for the last 4 years to explain to you what geoengineering is, because you claim to have no idea. Better yet, just look up. We are being sprayed day in and day out. Think of all the TV airtime they could give you, Jim. former pilot with eyes on a congressional seat, speaking out on the harmful effects of geoengineering and weather modification projects without the people's consent. This could be your big ticket item. At least you're acknowledging it.
Before the next speaker begins, I just want to note that staff is going to be bringing up a video for the speaker. I want to note that this, what is about to be shown, may be considered graphic for some viewers.
Hi, my name is Zora Fahim, president and founder of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals, also District 5 voting constituents. For over a year now, the Board of Supervisors have heard from tax-abiding voting county residents of the mishandlings of Department of Animal Services. The result, Kathleen Flannery gaslighting residents, we suspect lying to residents, also I suspect being untruthful to the board, downplaying what is actually happening on Artesian Road, and the failures of DAS. Well, pictures don't lie. This horse that has a broken leg on Artesian Road fencing was massively broken, so a chestnut mare got out of the property and was later discovered on the road with a severely broken leg. Horse was left on the side of the road with her body that was left overnight. I suspect this horse has died because of Kathleen Flannery due to her inaction, care, concern for animals who may not vote for you, but animals have attorneys, they have politicians, they have reporters, and they have campaign managers. To make matters worse, she allowed Rachel Borelli, who is a former volunteer coordinator, to become the interim assistant director for DES, who has zero experience to run the Department of Animal Services. Let me be clear today. DAS is not a best friends club. It is an enforcing body that should be enforcing California law and putting criminals behind bars. I want to put on record, this horse that laid for 3 days suffered and died in District 5, even when Department of Animal Services was called for assistance, failed to act appropriately. I suspect this was due to Kathleen Flannery, Steve Lujan, Rachel Borelli, Eric Bodner, Deputy District Eric Bodner, who is known to be a weak and lazy prosecutor that won't prosecute cases because experts will stand against him. I don't know what the point of your job is then. And why is the county still paying his salary, wasting our money? Do we give free handouts now? Thank you.
Andrew, I think we have some information to share and to respond to the comments that were just shared.
Yeah, sure. Animal Services actively monitoring the situation. Artesian Ranch, as you know, we had folks on the property in November. We walked the entire property at Artesian Ranch, and we found all the horses to be in good condition. We continue to monitor that situation. We have been at the property on February 7th as well, and that visit to the property was actually based on a dog nuisance complaints and charges that were filed by the district attorney's office. So we were able to remove a dog from that property as well. So we are continually monitoring the situation. We have active visitations on that specific property as well.
So just to clarify, we were there on the 7th of February.
That's correct.
And the DA is working on this dog complaint, and it's active. It remains active.
It remains active situation.
Okay, thank you very much for the update. And obviously we need to continue monitoring this and doing everything we can.
Absolutely. We take the complaints very seriously.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
My name is Peter Noper. I'm here to speak my disapproval of the San Diego policy on immigration enforcement, specifically the part of not providing assistance or cooperation with ICE in its immigration efforts. By not allowing the sheriff to cooperate with ICE, you took a step in the direction of destroying the sovereignty of the United States. We require those borders. We have to, if we're going to be a sovereign country, we have to have the borders, we have to enforce them. How could you place your hand on your heart and pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and then adopt an immigration policy to destroy the United States? I don't understand it. I'm completely at a loss. My last part, I'm addressing to Mr. Anderson, which you are not here today, so I guess I will address to your empty seat. I hope you get to see this video, Mr. Anderson, because I'm going to be absolutely brutal with you. You represent District 2, my district. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Henderson. I'm asking you to speak out against the policy on immigration or take the knee during the next Pledge of Allegiance, while the rest of us in District 2 pledge our allegiance to the flag. That flag means everything to me, and I don't want to see the county destroy it by this immigration policy of trying to destroy our sovereignty of the United States. It's horrible. I don't get it. How can you pledge allegiance to that flag and then turn around and destroy it? How can you place your hand on your heart? When I say it, I place two hands on my heart because I shake when I do it. And I pledge my allegiance to the sovereignty of this country. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, how can this be happening? So many speakers come here wondering, how can this be happening? And it was interesting that the first proclamation, the first love bombing, flattery bombing proclamation given today was for the American Heart Association. We're talking about the heart, and I'm talking about more than the physical apparatus. We've come here for nearly 4 years. People come here confused, Tara, because they're expecting to see a certain kind of presence. Now, I know you're trying to remake yourself and rebrand yourself with the haircut and do all this since you've taken over Nora's spot, but people are seeing through it. How can all this be happening? We're going to talk about behavioral health, one of your favorite topics, and this is never addressed here. This book by Jackson McKenzie, Psychopath Free, Recovering from Emotionally Abusive Relationships with Narcissists, Sociopaths, and Other Toxic People. It goes into detail, yes, Ebony, it goes into detail about how this kind of psyche operates. I'm not here to diagnose anyone, but so many of the symptoms and presentations reflect malignant narcissism. It wasn't just Nathan Fletcher. It wasn't just Nora Vargas. This is a systemic issue. Kimberly over here, in the shoes of Eric McDonald and Nick Mascione, she works for HHS. Something else that's not talked about is how the bioweapon serum injection, Ebony, is killing people, turning on cancers, causing strokes. And this is something you won't address. Guess what? It's all imploding. Good news. How good can it get? Change is here.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance with the board's rules, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. And I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will start with our first caller.
Bold. Thank you for having any 13 items on today's agenda, 3 for tomorrow, and not trying to overwhelm us with half-baked ideas. Today, we'll take a break from the Cali Constitution and look at the Brown Act, which is explicitly part of Article 1, Section 3, and must be obeyed. The Brown Act was passed in 1953 as a response to legislators and boards doing 2 things: that the people should be in charge of what the elected officers do and not vice versa. Section 54950. In enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils and other public agencies in the state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so they may retain control over the instruments they've created, end quote. The good news is that you're usually pretty good at publicizing the results after the meeting, but do not always comply during the meeting. Public speech on an agenda item should be before, during, not as an afterthought. It has happened here several times. That's section 54954.3A.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Thank you. Please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so, yep, that was a great PSA this morning, Andrew, and actually some are here to make a difference, and while others are here to just perpetuate this foul system that keeps us all subservient. These tribal acknowledgments, you know, they really mean absolutely nothing when you see their empty words, especially while driving on the 5 freeway. You see the tent city, the eyesore. It's a reminder that this systematic oppression that you guys speak of is alive and well. Let's see, what else did I put here? The heart proclamation, that was also meaningless. Teaching CPR, yeah. Another surface solution, but I mean, it's important, but like everything else this government does, it does not address the root cause of the problem. It will never get to the root cause of any issue. Why? Because big government itself is at the root of the reason and the sick backwards system. I've said this before and I'll say it once more. Majority on the planet are just surviving and not many are thriving. What's it going to take for the masses to wake up to the reality that government, not just this one, but governments all over the planet have already destroyed our world? They sell us wars, scarcity, while we live in abundance. And nobody wants to go to war and kill another. I mean, not a sane person. So we are ruled by psychopaths. And yeah, the good old media, they assist with keeping the people in the dark and in fear. So unplug your TVs, show up where it matters, love your neighbors, and remember who you are.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, there's truth. Just like lying County Council Claudia Silva, Fire Chief Meacham needs to go. He obfuscated data on electric vehicle fires. He claimed they're not an increasing problem, but he omitted since when, because 5 years ago there were no EV fires. Then he had no comment for the fires started by homeless drug addicts, when we have videos of them and the professional arsonists, 2 of which were just caught here in San Diego. And the downed brand new fire helicopters, that's unacceptable. Why didn't CAL FIRE or the sheriff come to the county 8 months ago when the helicopter wasn't working? That's negligence. County needs to work with the water authority to start building more water sources upon mountaintops. There's already one that was used during the fire. We need them everywhere. And Tara, at the January 29th meeting, you said it'd be upsetting if the city, state, and federal representatives didn't want to come to the county's Huon River Special Meeting Theater. Imagine being the residents of Imperial Beach and always experiencing failed reps for decades. It's just more evidence of how you, Tara, are disconnected from reality. Let's add to that psychosis your 2017 blog that said, quote, for a 8-year plan, retake the Senate, take back Congress, build blue states and cities. States are laboratories of experimentation. Establish universal health care, regulate climate emissions, set carbon emissions caps, tax financial transactions, progressive tax law. If Trump tries to bully sanctuary cities, we will sue. Adopt another state, city, county, building cadres of local leaders skilled at influencing the political process. If there is a single silver lining to the Trump disaster, it may be a once-in-a-generation chance to revitalize. We have now entered a raw struggle for power. We are the Rebel Alliance. We are the Blue Beacon Project, end quote. What a nut job. Has anything changed? I don't think it has. Nobody buys your lies about the abused, neglected, underweight horses on Artesian Road either, Kara. All lies.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. I'm here today to share research from the Truth Initiative, which is the American's largest nonprofit public health organization, showing that marijuana and tobacco products are the two most commonly used substances among our young people today. The negative health effects of both these substances, nicotine and marijuana, are addictive and negatively impact the developing brain. Much like the tobacco, the marijuana industry has ignored and buried research showing the harms of its products. Chair Lawson-Remer, in your weekly newsletter, you announced that the county has filed a lawsuit against a major social media company for designing platforms that addict and impact young people's mental health. I hope the county will take that same approach to the marijuana industry, who has addicted and impacted many young people with their high-potency THC products. They have funneled billions into lobbying efforts to avoid oversight. Local governments like yours have stood by while children and young people's mental health has been affected by their products. The ever-evolving policy landscape with the increase of marijuana marketing and the rapid new tobacco products being sold in smoke shops and gas stations is a concern and should be monitored to ensure that these products do not attract young people. I urge this board to take action and to stand up for kids, parents, communities, not the marijuana profiteers who think they are above the law. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Good morning, Chair Lawson-Remer and honorable supervisors. My name is Sarah O, and I thank you for every day you show up and serve everyone in our community, for every time you pass policies and work to elevate the humanity and health and safety of all San Diego County residents and visitors. I especially appreciate it when you stand strong to protect those that some people see as undesirable, so they would rather disappear, who they don't want to have as neighbors or to exist in our shared society. Whatever you do for the least of these, as is recorded in the Bible, Jesus said you do it as unto God. Thank you for protecting our most vulnerable, including that 1% of the community who are transgender and who are often ostracized, mistreated, and misunderstood, but who have always existed in every society and persist and shine and teach us courage today. Thank you for every time you step out of your comfort zone and lead by example. We are all created in God's image, and your work to serve us all is sacred. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay, thank you. We will now proceed with the formation of the consent agenda. Oh, approval of minutes. Thank you, Andrew. Sorry, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes and statement of proceedings for the session on January 28th and January 29th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, seconded by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, we now proceed with the formation of the consent agenda. That's items 1 through 6. All items on the consent agenda are routine and will be acted upon with one motion. Individuals will be able to comment on the consent agenda after the supervisors pull the items that they would like to pull for discussion. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any items for discussion or have any comments on the items on the consent agenda? Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
I don't need to pull anything, but I do have comments on item number 2 and item number 5. For item number 2, I just want to provide further emphasis on what the implications are for the funding cliff facing First 5 San Diego as detailed in item 2. Healthy Development Services is a flagship program at First 5 San Diego, and this program alone is facing a nearly $5 million reduction in annual funding. This program provides developmental checkups for children in San Diego County from birth through 5 years of age and is universally accessible for any child in need, free of charge. The program entails evaluations for any mild to moderate behavioral or developmental delays and connects families to providers for needed treatment. These services are not typically covered by health insurance, and when mild delays are left untreated, they can grow in significance and cause further challenges for children and families. This program also provides supports for parents and empowerment programming in the forms of support groups, workshops, and peer-to-peer connections. The pending funding reductions will result in significant impacts on the workforce, leading to loss of staff, reduced availability of services, and increased challenges for families to remain connected to services. I think it's very important that we are all aware of this issue moving forward as First Five and our children's welfare partners across the region continue to navigate this challenging situation. Innovative short-term strategies will be necessary to stabilize these programs while long-term solutions are developed through Medi-Cal transformation or other sustainable funding strategies. And then for Five, I just want to ask my colleagues for support to appoint Jesse Robles to the San Diego County Fire Protection District Fire Advisory Board. Jesse is a Spring Valley native. He currently serves as the director of Division 6 for the San Miguel Consolidated Fire Protection District, which provides fire rescue and related emergency services across over 50 square miles in San Diego County's unincorporated communities. I'm confident that Jesse will be a strong addition to the board with his knowledge and experience in fire protection services and dedication to unincorporated communities and District 4 at large. And with that, I will move the consent agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. No items to pull, no comments, and I'll second the motion.
Great, thank you very much. I have no items to pull. I do just want to make a comment on item number 2 regarding First Five. I just want to acknowledge the challenges with funding that we face and reiterate the incredible importance of these services. And, I personally am committed to doing what we can to try to find additional funding options and opportunities to continue this work. My daughter was a beneficiary of early intervention, and it made kind of a massive, massive difference for her, really a game changer. And you just see the impact. I can see the impact that it's had on her life. It's just been really extraordinary. What these investments you make when a kid's young completely can change the trajectory of their life. So with that, we have no items to pull. Please take the vote. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We would like to call public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 17 requests to speak on items on the consent agenda, 6 in person, 11 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on items on the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. We'll be calling you in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. And we'll start with the individuals in favor. I'd like to invite forward Dr. Carolyn Smith, Marissa Bowe, and Catherine Rhodes. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. Also, when speaking, please identify which items on the consent agenda you are speaking about. Thank you.
Good morning. This is for agenda item number 4. Good morning, board. My name is Dr. Carolyn Smith. I'm so sorry. Please hold. My name is Dr. Carolyn Smith, and I'm honored to serve as the chairwoman of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. Sorry, the Wi-Fi is killing me. I am the 2014 Veteran of the Year for the 71st Assembly District. I am the granddaughter of 2 World War II veterans, the daughter of a Vietnam veteran, and I myself am a combat wounded veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I'm humbled to be named the 2014 Veteran of the Year. Today I'm here to officially introduce myself as chairwoman and to share a little bit more about the Persons with Disabilities Committee, which serves as an important advisory body to this board. While many of you are familiar with our work, this is the first time a chair of this committee has the opportunity to formally address you. As chairwoman, my mission is to ensure that our committee's work aligns with the Board of Supervisors' strategic 2025 agenda. Our primary responsibility is to advise you, the board, on matters related to persons with disabilities, ensuring the policies, ordinances, and proposed actions are inclusive and address the needs of this community. If you're not aware, I'm sorry, there goes the Wi-Fi again. So, okay. So our board, while we are new and young, all of you have an opportunity to make appointments to our board when you have that opportunity. And I appreciate the fact that we will continue as a committee to work on the strategic agenda that we have, which aligns with what you are looking at, and that we can continue to advise you all on issues related to persons with disabilities so that every person, regardless of their ability, feel inclusive in this community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'll be speaking towards the retirement contribution item that got moved to tomorrow.
Can you please state your name?
Marissa Bell.
Thank you.
Alrighty. My name is Marissa Bell, and as a proud SEIU Local 221 union member and 14-year county employee, we are in support of this item and support having a strong plan that allows us to retire with dignity. As an adult protective services specialist, I assign and investigate allegations of abuse for elders and dependent adults, one of our most vulnerable populations. We help to keep them safe and provide accessibility to often much-needed resources such as housing, caregiving, and mental health. We as county employees provide critical services to the community, and we are proud of the work that we do. A secure retirement option is recognition of our dedication and service to our community, but there's a real problem with recruitment and retention, and Tier D is a huge part of that problem. Current retirement options are no longer appealing enough to attract new and quality talent and keep them here long term. The county is no longer a place where people come to build careers. It's now a breeding ground for folks to be trained and move on to greener pastures. If the county really values its workforce and its reputation, the county should care enough to acknowledge, address, and fix the problem. Tier D, the current retirement tier for people entering the county, does not provide for a sustainable future. When a person dedicates their life and skills to a place, retirement should be something they can look forward to, not something they will have to struggle through. We ask that you take a real look into this issue and invest in your employees' future after they have given you the best years of their lives. We support the responsible management of our SD-SARA funds, and as we work during this negotiations process, we look forward to addressing the insufficient retirement security that is covered by Tier D. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. All the remaining speakers are in opposition. Mark, Cesar, Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, Catherine Reds. I'm speaking on item 6, communication received. Number 7, your monthly periodic financial report. So glad to report you have right now in your pooled investment fund for all the county, $16.5 billion in cash. $16.5 billion in cash. In August of 2024, 5 months ago, 5 months before this, you had $13.1 billion in cash. That's an additional $3.4 billion in cash that's in your pooled investment funds that you're getting interest on. And so, I always talk about the ARPA trust fund that you have to spend by the end of the year. You have still $115 million in cash sitting in the ARPA trust fund. And now I'm just going to look up first 5 because I looked it up. First 5, you have $22 million in cash sitting in your fund. It's not being spent. $22 million in cash. I'm going to go to page 39 that has so many things here. On page 39, I wanted to mention that you have in your mental health WIC for Welfare Institution Code, you have $325 million in cash. You say you're going to spend it this year, but you're not. You're not going to spend that much cash in the next, 3 months. You pretend you are, but you're not. I wish, especially Desmond and especially Monica Montgomery Stepp, please call me so I literally can walk you through all this. There's so much money, especially in the schools. We could build so much housing in the schools for teachers. We could build housing for county employees. We could help the homeless. We could do anything. There's cash sitting unused. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, all these videos are on YouTube mostly, or one of these others. So this is from this video titled here on YouTube. Actually, this is the organization, the username, and this is the video it's from, right here. And I'm speaking on number 1. Pediatrician screening for anxiety and depression is at 7 minutes. Identifying mental illness in elementary school children, rapidly changing feelings is at 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Color wheels helping children find the language to describe their feelings. I do not want my children, being normal children in elementary school, being exposed to even concentrating on and thinking about how completely screwed up someone's mind could be. That's really, really wrong. Mental health education for everyone, including little teeny kids. Whole goal is to get young people into treatment earlier. Educate community at large. That's at 21 minutes and 40 seconds. California mental health providers who make money off this and have CEOs that make a lot are a mix of nonprofit and for-profit organizations. Last year, Rady's Children's Hospital had a 30% increase in children experiencing mental health. Okay, I have 30 seconds left, so I'm going to speed this up. This is probably an article, it might be on YouTube, I think it's an article title, about the case for using drugs on little kids. This is a video documentary called The Minds of Men. You need to see this title. It covers these topics at these minutes. Little children, they were burning out their brains. This is the history of the Psychiatric Association, burning their brains with electrodes hanging out of their head as they walk around. And they used it on black people during protests too, or they were planning to. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cesar Javier, representing the smallest political unit, District 4 of the county, District 9 of the core city of the region. This is all about governance, health services, financial, money matters. It's all about management and administration of the delivery of public good to all, meaning the haves and the have-nots. Lessons. Have we, as assigned leaders, go through moral trait, testing, experimenting?
Can you please pause this time?
Yes, ma'am. This is all about governance, which is about financial and health services,
Which number?
All of it. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, explain again which.
Item 1 to 6.
Items 1 through 6, and
we are given only 2 minutes, ma'am.
Well, you've paused this time, right? Okay, good. Yeah, your time is paused, so please explain which item you're speaking to.
Everything, ma'am. They are connected, interconnected under the word governance, management, administration.
Hold on one moment. Claudia, is that sufficient nexus? I'm asking our county council.
No, the agenda items have specific actions and specific issues that are addressed within them, and the comments should address the specific agenda items.
So just to clarify, it should address not sort of the theme, but it should address the item or the recommendation or the action.
Correct. It should address what's in the board letter and the topic covered off by it.
Okay. You can go ahead and continue speaking if you identify even just one item that you're speaking to, and you have a nexus with that item.
On the financial
Thank you.
thing. On the health services thing. I'm sorry, ma'am. 2 minutes with a long story of corruption. Corruption equals monopoly plus discretion without accountability. This is what's happening. It's not just cancer, as mentioned, presented earlier in your proclamations. This is all about governance. We prayed. We recited the Pledge of Allegiance. Javier family, the smallest political unit, who is supposed to be protected, defended. We are victims of toxicity, financial. We haven't heard about the balance sheet and the loss and profit financial statement. So we would know whether we are saving money or wasting money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Number 1 and 2, absolutely. You should not be dealing with children until we can acknowledge what is actually happening to the children that are in the care of the county. The ones that have come across the border and disappeared unaccompanied, the ones that were at the convention center that you guys found the sponsors to it, so interesting how that works. If parents weren't concerned about having their children taken away by HHS and foster care, then going into the hands of abusers, and then just putting the child on psychotropic drugs so he can just stay with the abuser and shut up. Until we acknowledge actually what's going on, you should have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with children, and we shouldn't be spending our money on it, because it's very disturbing to see what happens, and like the brainwashing and indoctrination of children, making them they believe that they could actually be another sex when they never will be, encouraging them to mutilate their bodies so that they are forever in pain, having infections, never going to have any kind of sexual arousal ever. It's like we are literally punishing children, abusing children for money, and nobody wants to acknowledge it. It's very disturbing. It's very disturbing. I mean, we even, allow a little 5-year-old girl to be raped in the county, and it doesn't really seem to matter. We just need open borders so more rapists can come. And it's like you guys just sit there with your head down. You can't even be like, yeah, there is a problem. So until you acknowledge it and fix it, you're complicit and culpable in it. And you should be punished just the same as the predators that are abusing these children, because you're no different.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will start with our first caller.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Madison, and I am here to express my support for Item 2, the new strategic plan for the First Five Commission of San Diego. This strategic plan aligns perfectly with our county's vision for a just, sustainable, and resilient future, especially for historically underserved communities. I have 2 children under the age of 5, so it is important to me that there is equitable access for services for every child, regardless of background, and give everyone the chance to grow up healthy, loved, and ready for school. In addition to early childhood education and development, it's critical that we emphasize substance use prevention for young children. The early years are a time when children are particularly vulnerable to environmental influences, and preventing exposure to harmful substances can have a lasting impact on their health and well-being. Programs that focus on substance use prevention, including education for parents and caregivers, help to establish healthy habits and positive coping strategies before children are exposed to risky behaviors. By integrating substance use prevention into the First Five Commission's work, we are giving children the best chance to grow up in an environment that supports their mental and physical development, ultimately contributing to their readiness for school and their long-term success in life. The plan's goal to ensure that all children in San Diego County enter school ready to learn is vital to the success of our youngest residents and their families. I urge you to support this plan and its equity-driven approach as we work together to create a bright future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Oh,
available. Today's recommended action to approve the introduction of the ordinance and waive further reading of the ordinance is typical of government which disrespects the people. That the membership list supposed to be approved next meeting is segregated racially is disappointing. Everyone who wants to advance the care and development of our children should be welcome. This avoids the possibility that potential members with good ideas are not excluded simply because they aren't the right color. I notice that the membership list has 11 out of 22 members, 50%, were white, so you are already violating your equity statement standard of 41% white. Do we really want our kids, by the way, to absorb the lesson? And they will. That their race alone can determine how their development and education work out in the long term? For instance, whilst our multiracial families may in fact know how to deal with the problems common to all races better than families of one race only. Is it not imposing one set of developmental or educational standards a good way to ensure that people who think outside the box are shut out? You're talking about technology that may be unable to compete, or they simply fail easier, or perhaps a lack of scientific ideas, or the inability to fully develop our natural resources. And yes, giving kids psychotropic drugs that knock them out and all that horrible stuff, that's a really great way to ensure.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Lawson Reamer. My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I attend my county planning group. And I work in public health and youth mentor and tutoring programs. I came this morning to support item 1 and item 2, both of which support the county's vision of a just, sustainable, and resilient future for all, specifically those communities historically left behind. My youth mentoring and tutoring programs in the city include teens from very diverse backgrounds. On their behalf, I came to share with you some important public health information I recently received. The African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council released more excellent research regarding how, and I quote, big tobacco strategically targeted blacks and the deadly consequences, end quote. Now they are taking a close look at the role of big marijuana as well in creating health inequities through their promotion of smoking and vaping, especially those concentrated THC intoxicating products that have candy-like appearances and tastes. Research continues to grow regarding the role of these products in creating cancer and chronic disease-related health inequities among minority populations. I respectfully suggest that the county's enforcement efforts to eliminate intoxicating products, sometimes nicotine, sometimes marijuana, sometimes CBD, be increased, and that no new business permits be allowed for tobacco and marijuana businesses in the unincorporated areas. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Megan Stewart, and as someone who has worked closely with youth, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to consent item number 1. As you consider amendments to the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council, I respectfully urge you all to ensure that discussions of child welfare, safety, and development also include the risks of drug exposure, specifically marijuana. As marijuana is permitted and commercialized, marijuana use has become more prevalent, and studies show that secondhand smoke, accidental ingestion, and parental impairment pose real risks to young children. If the Child Care and Development Planning Council's mission is to identify and address child care needs, it should also be proactive in addressing how marijuana exposure affects the most vulnerable. I encourage you to make this a priority in future discussions, ensuring that our policies fully protect the health and well-being of San Diego's children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. Let's see. So what I wanted to say regarding the consent calendar, I wanted to speak on number 2. Let's see. I will tell you what else includes this first 5 thing. Not only are children particularly vulnerable to environmental influences, but also what is being administered to them at birth and at these dystopian wellness checkups. These children are being born perfectly without any issues until their first poke, shot, inoculation, jab, whatever you want to call it. Some straight out of the womb or at their checkups, their wellness checkups. Let's see. I mean, basically there are millions of these cases. So if you want to do the whole first 5 thing, you got to start off with what's injuring these children to need help and assistance with this first 5 service being offered with our tax money. So I encourage this board and everybody listening to do a bit more research on the state of the children's health while they're in the womb and when they come out after they get their first poke, what happens. There are so many things regarding people being injured by vaccines, by shots, by wellness visit shots. I mean, do your research on that before you start attacking the marijuana industry. But you won't, because guess what? It's a big money maker, and I get some of you people are related to pharmacists and could care less about getting to the root of the problem. That's all I got. Ooh, that pisses me off.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle. I came to express my support for items 1 and 2, but especially as someone who worked first in social work, so a foster care worker, and then more recently in public health, wanted to call attention to consent item number 2 and where some of the funds for the first 5 commission come from. Much of the funding comes from the voter-approved taxes on cigarette and tobacco products, and it was done because of their concern regarding early childhood exposure to first-hand, second-hand, and third-hand smoke. As the American Academy of Pediatrics mentions, there is no safe amount of first-hand, second-hand, or third-hand smoke, especially for children. And I think many of us know what first-hand smoke is because it doesn't affect children because they shouldn't be smoking or vaping. But second-hand smoke is living around, being around, sharing public space with those who are smoking. And I think many of us are aware, because of having children in our circle of influence, regarding smoke and vape's influence in creating asthma, respiratory infection, and middle ear disease, and the concern we have with wheezing and coughing and shortness of breath that can happen to children 5 and under. And we should remind ourselves that it would be wise for all children to grow up in a smoke-free and vape-free public place and multi-unit housing world. And these are policies that this Board of Supervisors could also ensure to improve the health of children 5 and under. But I also think we should know about third-hand smoke. Third-hand smoke is when toxic particles and chemicals that are formed from cigarette vapor and smoke reside in the fabric.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Yo, Justin here. How you guys doing? I just want to go ahead and say, Claudia, that January 9th, I told you that I was going to have Nora throw me in jail. You could go ahead and fast forward the tape at the Board of Supervisors meeting, the second session, 3 hours, 41 minutes into it. You refuse to answer my questions regarding election fraud. You block me every single step of the way. Now you want to go ahead and limit people's speech.
Can you pause this time for a moment? Can you pause this time for a moment? Just a reminder that this is an opportunity to comment on items on the consent agenda. So if you could please identify which item. Okay, identify the item. That
all of them, because you guys, she allowed you guys to win by fraud.
Please pause.
She blocked all evidence of fraud. You guys.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off if you don't pause. We're pausing your time. So you can comment on any item in the consent agenda. You can't just say all of them. You have to explain which item you're commenting on and how your comments are related to that item. If you have any questions, I can have County Council clarify that. But again, you're free to comment on any item in the consent agenda, and you can say anything you'd like about any item in the consent agenda. It just needs to be relevant. If it's not relevant and you want to talk about anything else in the whole wide world, you have to call in at non-agenda public comment. Okay, please continue.
How much time do I need to spend to talk about what I'm going to talk about? How much time am I going to have to waste to tell you the item so that you could understand, because you have limited. You drink too much tap water. You have too much fluoride in your system. You cannot put things together anymore. That is not my fault. That is yours. So how much time do I need to spend to explain to you how this is connected? Can you explain that to me? Or are you just trying to waste my time and cover up for Claudia, for covering up voter fraud and sending me to jail and trying to send me to prison for it? October 9th, where you all took off for a half an hour without telling the people and lied to the public when they asked you about it. So don't give me this crap that you guys are here for the people, because you're clearly not. What do you have to say about that?
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda from Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and a second from Supervisor Jim Desmond. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Given that we only have 3 board members present today, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We will now move to discussion items. We will hear items 7, 8, 9, 10, and then items 11 and 12 will be taken together. In order to provide additional time for public input on item 11 and also to allow all supervisors to hear and vote on item 11, items 11 and 12 are going to be continued together until the next Tuesday Board of Supervisors meeting on February 25th, 2025. However, we will still be hearing public comments today on items 11 and 12, and we will take public comment on these items together. So to repeat, we'll hear items 7 through 10 today. Items 11 and 12 will be continued until the February 25th board meeting, but we will still be taking public comment on those items, and they will be taken together. We will now move on to discussion item 7, Firearm Procurement Ordinance, RPTB. I will hand it over to Andrew, Alan, and Julie for a presentation. Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board. The county contracts with businesses to secure goods and services necessary to maintain the operations of our county government. This includes purchasing firearms for use by our public safety officers. On October 22nd, 2024, the board directed the Chief Administrative Officer to return with key findings and options for vendor requirements that could be included in a firearm procurement ordinance. Today, staff will provide an overview of the analysis and evaluation of potential firearm vendor requirements and offer options for your board's consideration. The board directed an evaluation of operational and administrative impacts associated with 11 specific vendor requirements. Vendor requirements represent the criteria or standards used to select vendors to supply goods to the county, in this case, firearms. The 11 vendor requirements outlined by the board cover a range of categories, including proof of compliance with applicable laws, documentation related to firearm trace requests and thefts, disclosure of any violations, and the submission of policies and practices aimed at preventing sales to firearm traffickers or prohibited individuals. There are additional requirements focused on policies related to employee training, support for law enforcement, and other related areas. Staff evaluated each of the 11 board-directed vendor requirements against existing federal, state, and local law, as well as industry standards to determine the operational and administrative feasibility of implementing the requirements as part of the procurement process. Staff also reviewed existing firearm procurement ordinances from other jurisdictions and incorporated themes from these ordinances into the options being presented to the board today. The 5 jurisdictions with adopted firearm procurement ordinances that staff reviewed are the City of Oakland, City of San Diego, City and County of San Francisco, County of Los Angeles, and the State of New Jersey. To ensure comprehensive input, staff also gathered feedback from businesses and the general public on what they felt should be considered when evaluating potential new requirements for businesses that may sell firearms to the county. Insights from comments were incorporated into the staff analysis of requirements and helped inform the development of the options presented to the board. I'll now turn the presentation over to Julie Jekyll, our Group Program Manager in our Public Safety Group Executive Office, who will share key findings from the team's analysis and to introduce options for your board's consideration.
Thank you, Andrew. Through exploration of existing laws, staff identified that all 11 of the evaluated vendor requirements are considered in federal and/or state laws and regulations. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or ATF, is the federal agency responsible for licensing firearms businesses. Any business involved in the dealing, manufacturing, or importing of firearms, as well as manufacturing or importing ammunition, must obtain and maintain a federal firearms license from the ATF. In California, to conduct firearm business, a firearms dealer must be listed on the centralized list of firearm dealers and hold a valid California firearms dealer number, along with the required licenses, permits, and certificates. The California Department of Justice maintains the centralized list and issues firearms dealers' numbers. Neither the ATF nor the California Department of Justice are required to share information they gather with local jurisdictions. To obtain and maintain the licenses, permits, and certificates required to sell firearms, a firearm dealer must be in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. And as part of the county's general contracting practices, vendors are also required to be in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, rules, and regulations. During our review of the firearm procurement ordinances from other California jurisdictions, we found a range of vendor requirements. Some of these ordinances contain common elements, while other requirements varied more widely in their application. Two categories, proof of compliance and disclosure of violations are universally required across jurisdictions. However, other categories vary, both in their specific application and the methods vendors must use to meet them. To comply, some jurisdictions require attestations or certifications, which requires a vendor to affirm, often under penalty of perjury, that the information they are providing is true, while some mandate documentation submissions. Although these ordinances have been adopted, to our knowledge, none of the jurisdictions have conducted firearm procurements under these new requirements. So the actual impact, if any, on their processes remain unclear. We will continue to monitor their experiences and look for opportunities to improve our own process based on their efforts. We will now walk through the options staff developed for each of the 11 requirements categories. Each category contains multiple options for the board's consideration. The options fall into 3 general categories: require a vendor to submit documentation, require a vendor to disclose details, and require a vendor to attest. And staff has determined that all options presented today are feasible to implement. The first vendor requirement category is related to proof of compliance with laws. Staff developed 3 options for the board to consider. Option 1A would require vendors to provide proof of valid licenses, permits, and certificates. Option 1B would require vendors to attest that they are in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local firearm laws and regulations. And option 1C would require vendors to provide proof of valid licenses, permits, and certificates, and to attest that they are in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local firearms laws and regulations. The next 2 categories are related to firearm trace requests and thefts. Each of these categories offers 2 options for the board to consider. Options A would require vendors to attest to being in compliance with applicable laws and to provide disclosures related to firearm trace requests and thefts, respectively. Options B would exclude these requirements categories from an ordinance. The next category is related to inspection reports. Staff developed 2 options for the board's consideration. Option 4A would require vendors to attest that they are in compliance with federal, state, and local law related to firearm inspections. Option 4B would exclude this requirement category from an ordinance. The 5th category pertains to violations. Staff developed 2 options for the board's consideration. Option 5A would require vendors to disclose any firearm law or regulation violations within the last 5 years. This includes details such as receiving a report of violation, warning letter, warning conference, or revocation or denial of license renewal, and to disclose if any corrective actions are currently in progress. Option 5B would require vendors to attest to not having been cited for any serious violations within the last 5 years. Categories 6 through 8 pertain to policies and practices to prevent firearm transfers and sales to firearm traffickers and prohibited persons, as well as to prevent firearm theft. Each of these 3 categories offers 2 options for the board to consider. Options A would require vendors to attest that they have related policies or practices in place. Options B would exclude these requirements categories from an ordinance. And categories 9 through 11 pertain to policies and practices related to employee training, assistance to law enforcement agencies, and the operation of a digital surveillance system. Each of these 3 categories also offer 2 options for the board to consider. Options A would require vendors to attest that they have related policies or practices in place, and options B would exclude these requirement categories from an ordinance. And I will now turn the presentation over to Alan Hunsberger, Director of Purchasing and Contracting, who will share additional findings.
Thank you, Julie. Through the evaluation process, staff identified 3 additional elements the board may want to consider adding to the ordinance. These elements define the ordinance's applicability, exemptions, and situations where requirements may be modified or waived. The first element, option 12, focuses on applicability, where staff developed 2 options for the board's consideration. Option 12A applies the ordinance to firearm purchases only, and option 12B expands this option to include both firearm and ammunition purchases. The second element, option 13, addresses the impact on current firearm and ammunition contracts. Staff developed two options. Option 13A would exempt contracts executed prior to the effective date unless amended. Option 13B would require current vendors to demonstrate compliance within 30 days, with the county seeking new contracts if they do not comply. Currently, there are 15 active contracts in this area with expiration dates through 2029. The next set of options offer flexibility in the procurement process, but by defining when and who can provide for waivers. Option 14A would allow the county to waive procurement requirements in emergencies, assuring essential equipment can be acquired quickly to avoid harm or operational disruption. Option 14B would apply when a single vendor is the sole source for a firearm model needed for standardization, improving compatibility, and enhancing operational readiness. Option 14C would allow procurement if no vendors meet the ordinance's minimum requirements, ensuring that law enforcement can continue to operate effectively. Option 14D would give the Board of Supervisors the flexibility to waive requirements as determined by the board. And option 14E would give the Chief Administrative Officer limited discretion to waive requirements for unique or urgent circumstances, allowing the process to adapt when necessary. These options are designed to provide essential flexibility, ensuring operational readiness and minimizing risks to community safety. Without such waivers, the county could face delays or unavailability in the acquisition of critical equipment. Should the board provide direction on a firearm procurement ordinance, staff will engage with vendors to ensure a seamless transition. We will clearly outline expectations and offer the necessary resources to support compliance with the new requirements. Additionally, we will update our procurement processes to reflect the new ordinance and evaluate solicitation packages for adherence to these requirements alongside other relevant factors. Lastly, to ensure the potential ordinance does not impact various ongoing public safety campaigns and operations, staff will recommend that the ordinance exempts law enforcement operations and programs, such as gun buyback programs, sting operations, controlled buys, and undercover operations. I will now turn the presentation back over to Andrew.
Thank you, Alan. Today's recommendation is to provide direction to the CAO on a firearm procurement ordinance based on the options provided and direct the CAO to return to the board in 120 days with the draft firearm procurement ordinance. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, this concludes our presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 13 requests to speak on item 7, 6 in person, and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 36 e-comments, 32 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 7 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Roseanne Sharp, John White, and Carol Landale. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Roseanne Sharp. Thank you, Honorable Supervisors, for taking up this matter. Imagine my surprise when I read that the San Diego County gun owners advertised that 2 supervisors would vote against this procurement ordinance. For years, I've heard from the NRA that we have enough firearm laws on the books, just enforce them. Well, that is what this procurement does. It trusts the gun dealers and verifies their statements with proof of written inspections by the ATF. It allows your procurement division to act informed on your behalf, and I thank you for the hard work that you have done. It's a very impressive presentation. So I hope you will trust the ATF and you care about how taxpayer dollars are spent, and you oppose risking more crime guns getting out on the street to harm law enforcement and citizens. And you will vote for this ordinance to include ammunition and require the highest standard of proof. I ask you to vote yes to trust and verify that gun dealers are operating safely for the protection of law enforcement and the public in mind, and that our tax dollars are being well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is John White. I work with San Diegans for Gun Violence Prevention, an all-volunteer group here in San Diego. I urge the board to require proof of compliance through submission of documents and not simply attestations. The cities of Los Angeles and San Diego have both adopted ordinances with this documentation requirement. I urge the board to use the county's considerable purchasing power to encourage all dealers to comply with all gun safety laws. That compliance goes beyond a dealer's mere attestation to showing true proof of compliance with the law, as the cities of San Diego and LA have done. Every time county law enforcement purchases guns or ammo from a non-compliant dealer, it's an end run on the will of the citizens of San Diego County. This ordinance and attachment will be a big step toward ensuring across-the-board end-to-end compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, Cesar, Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning. I am Carol Landale. I'm president of the local chapter of Brady United Against Gun Violence. And I strongly urge the board to vote in favor of strong standards for firearm dealers with whom the county does business. It's just common sense that vendors doing business with the county be required to provide proof that they follow all federal and state laws, and that they have policies in place that ensure that their staff are properly trained in best practices, preventing theft, sales to prohibited persons, including straw purchases. A simple attestation from a dealer is just not enough. The cities of San Diego and Los Angeles require documentation from the dealers with whom they do business. By following their lead, the County of San Diego has an opportunity to encourage firearm dealer accountability and to keep all of us safe. Brady strongly supports true proof of compliance with all gun laws. I ask the board to consider the more stringent options of those being presented today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, these obviously are tactics that are used to intimidate the stores that are selling guns. Of course, it's a big contract to get military or police contracts, and they all want to get that business. I want to say that this is definitely interrelated. California is absolutely the worst place for defending your family or your country. It's totally unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has said it's unconstitutional to limit with 10-round clips or to not allow Americans to have good rifles, which is absurd. Here are some article titles, or they might be on YouTube. I believe these are all articles. So this guy is willing to use the National Guard to take people's weapons. Then there's some people that are good here, like new gun laws won't be enforced by Sutter County Sheriff's Office. And this is a guy in Congress. Everyone should see that. I've only got a minute here, less than a minute, so I'm going to be really brief. When I was a kid, there were no school shootings. I never even heard of them. Everyone had guns. All the parents came out of World War II. Some people had machine guns. There were no shootings like there are now, but it was a better society. You guys never address intentionally the two main causes, which is the wealth distribution in the U.S. This is where people, 9 out of 10, Republicans and Democrats all agree we should be at this white line. This is where they think we are, and this is where we actually are. We're a line. We almost don't show on the graph. So that and the Federal Reserve causing inflation. You can't defend your house if you don't have a good gun that shoots as many bullets as you need. And you can't defend your country without good rifles they call assault weapons.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
as presented, by the way, Cesar Javier, the ordinance is not efficient and therefore ineffective as you have presented. I disagree the recipe. It has no salt. I need salt. We need salt. That is, who is the accountable lead agency on this when it is implemented? Give us the name and give us the position. I disagree with the substance, the menu. We will not touch it because it's not safe food. It's unclean food. Corruption equals monopoly plus discretion without accountability is a failed governance. In our block, we need firearm disciplined, patriotic, loving citizen. Please let us improve, dig the ordinance so that America will really the best home for the brave. Listen, us as now seated there as assigned leadership, let's have the skill of day-to-day solving problems. Let's have the knowledge of social judgment skill and be effective leader. We are here to help you. We are your antibiotics. Without you, you have no followers. We are part of your...
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I would like to give this propaganda update employed to take our guns a warm handoff to you, Jim. Would you like to take it back? He's not even paying attention. That makes sense. Yeah, it's just really interesting because you guys want to take our guns. I mean, that's the whole point. That's why people should be going to the black market and buying your guns that are unregistered so the government can't come after you. And it's interesting because it's like you guys took an oath to the Constitution. Did you forget what the Second Amendment says? It shall not be infringed. And so that's what you guys are going to do because it's an inverted world. You're going to do the opposite of what you're supposed to. And it's so funny when the government actually sells guns to the cartel that they use on and other people, like people crossing the border, trying to, right? And then they get into the fight with the cartels and get in the gunfire line of fire, and, you know, some of them lose their lives, but, like, that's not weird. Let's just come after the people and act like it's their fault. And it's funny because you guys are like, we want to make sure they comply with federal laws. You do? Well, that's interesting because you guys are obstructing the federal government. And you're like, we don't have to listen to that. No, we don't. But then we'll say that, you know, like immigration is a federal thing, but then we're going to obstruct their ability to, like, do anything about it. But I mean, as long as these people are in compliance, right, and attesting to it, it's good. I just find it so funny, like, the way that things work when, like, you know, the people that should be looked into for having firearms, like, you know, law enforcement people are going to beat people up. But instead, let's just go after the people because we cannot allow them to protect themselves. How horrible would that be? Again, go back into the black market and buy your guns unregistered, the ghost guns that they're so afraid of. Yeah.
You will now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All about the more gun deaths in the county are suicides than anything else, and no rational person would want to hold the dealer responsible for that. Hello? Paul Bold, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Paul.
Oh, great. I guess you heard most gun deaths are suicides, but then let's look at the big picture. The Board of Supervisors wants gun dealers in this county to prove or test that they followed the gun laws and know to provide other documentation more or less irrelevant to their qualifications to sell a gun. What do the gun dealers already have? They already have a federal firearms license, FFL, from the ATF. The FFL must be listed on the centralized list and have a California firearms dealer number. Dealer must be in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations to obtain and maintain the licenses. Federal and or state laws pertain to all 11 of the vendor requirements staff explored. And as part of the county's general contracting practices, the vendors are required to be in compliance with all applicable federal, state, county, and local laws. So the county added 3 more types of information, sort of to waive some of or all of the requirements. Since the ordinance will probably be fairly arbitrary. This would be a burden to business more than a help to us. I mean, how many times do they need to prove their bona fides?
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Morning. My name is Aurora Livingston, and I am a district representative for California State Senator Catherine Blakespear, who represents District 38, which includes North Coastal San Diego. On the senator's behalf, I want to express her support for the Firearm Procurement Ordinance. She also supported the Ira Sharp Firearm Dealer Accountability Act for the City of San Diego. It's important that we support responsible gun owners, which requires that we have responsible gun retailers. This ordinance uses the purchasing power of the county to ensure that gun dealers abide by all state and federal laws. And the ordinance would make sure that we aren't spending county funds on dealers who have had multiple violations of those laws, allowing guns to get into the wrong hands. This last week, Senator Blakespear introduced legislation to clamp down on gun trafficking and ensure that gun dealers are following the rules designed to prevent criminal activity. SB 15 focuses on implementing the laws that California has in place to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, helping detect guns smuggled into the state, and preventing firearm trafficking. These policies are supported up and down the state, often in a bipartisan fashion, and we would hope to see that kind of cooperation on this ordinance to protect San Diegans from gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Swallow here. So, common sense. More deaths from firearms are caused by law enforcement than from anyone else. A simple Google search states. While the majority of gun deaths in the U.S. are suicides, police shootings are a significant cause of gun violence and should be addressed. End quote. So, let's see. You all are requiring everything but their firstborn on this item. No, no, no. When government makes it this difficult for the tax-paying indentured servants to bear arms and protect our families, you need to read between the lines, people. They don't want you protected. They want you kneeling to them. They need you complying without question. I'll end with this native proverb. When government tells you you don't need a gun, you need a gun. You need two. Wait, actually, I'm not going to end on that. I wanted to also mention, I don't advocate for suicide, but I must say, since the government believes that they own you, to commit suicide is actually theft. They want you going out the way they say, like a good little servant.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, there's no clapping in the chamber. That's considered disruptive. So if you want to show your support, you could do something silent like that, but no clapping. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Justin, I just want to go ahead and point out there is no disrupting the office unless if I want it to be disrupted. At that point, I will go ahead and allow you to talk about whatever you want to talk about, and I won't interrupt you and say what topic you're talking about. You know, it's not like it's clear and obvious that you're trying to stop me from talking, and you really are highly annoyed at the fact that my threats don't work. I mean, your threats don't work on me. Matter of fact, I lean into them. I did. I told the sheriff that. I said I was going to stand right up in the line and stand right there and piss you off until you did something about it, and you did. Now you want to go ahead and claim that you guys don't want to go ahead and, like Jim Desmond saying about suing other people, but you guys spent how much money to make it so that I can't talk to any county employee? Or else that you guys could go ahead and throw me in jail for whatever reason,
Andrew,
and then I have to wait for it.
Can you please this time? A reminder, we're on item 7, which is the Firearm Procurement Ordinance vendor requirements. So please speak to that item. I will restart your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. You guys took away my right to own a gun because you guys were afraid that I called you a fucking cunt. That is the reason why you stripped me my right to own a gun, because I called you a fucking cunt. I do not believe that you guys have any authority on who and who should not have a gun.
Can you please pause again? Andrew, please pause this time. It seems that you're speaking to a matter that impacted you personally regarding your right to have a firearm. That is not what this item is about. This item is about county procurement rules and whether the county will be able to buy firearms from...
Fluoride. You drink too much fluoride. Obviously, you guys do not have you should not have the authority to say who should not have a gun. When obviously I did not threaten your life, but yet you guys pretend I did so that you could strip my rights away from me. This is clearly on topic. I do not understand how you cannot see the correlation between the two. You must drink too much fluoride water. That is the only explanation that I have for this. You went to school.
Thank you. Now hear from the next.
Before the next speaker, I just want to clarify why that comment, although regarding firearms, was not on topic with this particular item. The comment had to do with the caller's specific individual circumstance regarding something to do probably with a judicial restraining order that's in the purview of the courts. This item has to do with the county's procurement policies and what rules we will put on what kinds of gun distributors we will be buying from. I just wanted to take a moment to clarify this for the audience. I know sometimes the word firearm might make it seem that anything to do with a firearm is relevant. No, we have to talk to the specific item at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's true, probably the restraining order. But you know what this item really is?
We sit here and have theater all day. Sit up here, we do theater like all day long.
Election season's over. Hello. This seems like a presentation to aid and abet the misuse of county tax dollars, because the examples of cities with a similar useless ordinance are great. The most extremist, dangerous cities in California. But didn't these policies already exist? Was there no documentation required before? Was the county not following state and federal laws before? Is a firearm procurement the only federal law the county will recognize? Not on immigration policy? The presentation even mentioned assisting law enforcement agencies. What irony. Then there were mentioned waivers for emergencies. So the county admits that this ordinance causes delays in protection. Wow. Here's another question. Can the county protect people from firearms violations if they can't even protect horses from abusive hoarding situations? And then there was mentioned working with the ATF. Okay, somebody asked the ATF about protecting children at Waco back in the 90s. Who knows what I'm talking about? They are nobody to be overlooking anything related to anything in this country, let alone firearms, because they have their own history of murder, quite frankly. So this presentation offered no evidence of anything to justify the item being in existence at all. Is there some kind of issue that we have not been informed of because it wasn't in the presentation? This is nothing but a runaround about people being able to procure the firearms they need, and especially our deputies whose job it is to respond to crime. How dare you? Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. This was initially my item, so I'm just going to kick it off with a couple comments. First of all, I do very much appreciate all the work from the team that's gone into developing these options and all the strong efforts. I have to say, though, I remain concerned that the options presented to us are not strong enough. We clearly do need to buy firearms to protect our community. It's very important that our sheriffs do have guns, but we have a responsibility to ensure that our taxpayer dollars are not going to bad actors that violate the law. Currently, and this would continue under the policy outlined, or some elements of the policy brought back by staff, bad actors would just be able to self-report and essentially lie if they're not required to submit documentation. And that just means we're relying on the honor system, and if these are bad actors who've already broken the law, I think they've demonstrated that they're not playing by the honor system. I mean, we're literally looking at the folks that are not playing by the rules, and that's what we're trying to safeguard against. So I don't think we can really trust the people who aren't playing by the rules to honor the honor system. I also think consistency across jurisdictions is very important and makes it easier for everybody, frankly. What I hear often from our business community all the time is, hey, just let us know what the rules are and make them the same everywhere, because it just makes it easier for us to do business. It's really hard when the rules are always changing. We know that the city of San Diego just finalized its ordinance. They require written documentation to be submitted. My overall view is, if it ain't broken, don't, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So I think the city of San Diego has done a good job. I think it would be easier for us if we just had something that was more consistent regionally, as well as creating more appropriate accountability for our firearm dealers. So I'd like to see us align with that approach, so that we would have real verification and not just self-reporting. So with that being said, just wanted to provide a little context for my comments. I am going to make a motion to support this today, but with a number of amendments. So Andrew, want to put my amendments on the board so everyone can see them, because there's a lot of them. There's so many of them. I'm going back to the beginning. Okay, so my motion, and go ahead, Andrew, you can put this up, is to select option 1C, to select option 2A, but add a requirement to submit documentation noting the number of trace requests received over the past 5 years and between the time of sale of firearms subject to the trace request and the crime. Select option 3A, select option 4A, but add a requirement to submit 2 most recent inspection reports of any firearm inspection conducted by federal, state, or local agencies. Select option 5A, but add an additional requirement to submit documentation detailing the date and type of warning letter, warning conference, fine, suspension, revocation, or denial of license renewal. Select option 6A, 7A, 8A, 9A, 10A, but requires submitting written documentation of each policy. Select option 11A, select option 12B, select option 13B, and select 14D, but add language to provide the CAO discretion to waive requirements when federal, state, or local violation is minor, administrative, or similarly de minimis. So that was obviously a massive mouthful, which is why I gave it to Andrew to put on the board. And why don't I just pause there and allow my colleagues to take a look, because I know that was a lot. Okay, thank you. Again, happy to make a motion with these amendments. And we have a comment by Supervisor Jim Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And just to reiterate what our Vice Chair had mentioned was that this is about the county buying firearms. This isn't dealers, or working their shops and or firearm businesses selling to the public. This is about the county and our procurement system. I voted no on this initially because I believe this is to be unnecessary and burdensome. And I see you tightened up some of these items here, but 9 of the recommendations were only asking vendors to attest to certain things. And I see you put some more, you want some documentation in here, which is better, but we currently already buy from a federal, we currently check with a federal database to ensure that our vendors are properly licensed. And if they have major violations or broke the law, they wouldn't have a license and we wouldn't do business with them. So I think this is just redundancy on top of, there's nothing really here to fix. I'm sure, I trust our procurement department to, if somebody's a bad actor, we don't use them. Or we go someplace else, or if we find these things out. So we're all just asking people to attest. So hopefully if they do bad things and they have major violations, they lose their license. So I think this is a solution looking for a problem that doesn't exist. I have not heard anything that we are having any issues with our current vendors. And they have procurement has the ability, if we do have problems, to change that and to go to others. So I'm not going to be supporting the item today. Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
I will second your motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just make a final comment. I think big picture, one of the things that's most important is ensuring that people who do play by the rules, that we create a level playing field. And we can't, in my opinion, be buying firearms from vendors who break the rules. So, obviously I think the hope is that we don't do that, but without clear county policy and guidelines on those rules and ensuring that we have safeguards to require documentation to ensure those rules are enforced, it's just a wish and a prayer. And I personally can't gamble our lives, the lives of our kids, on a wish and a prayer. So with that, please call the vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Desmond voting no, and Supervisor Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe voting aye. That motion fails with the lack of required affirmative votes.
Please no clapping. Thank you. We're moving on to item 8. Please go ahead and call. Do we have a presentation? No. No, okay. So if we don't have a request by my board colleagues for presentation, we can start with public comment. This is noticed public hearing, issuance of exempt facility bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Montecito Village Apartments in an aggregate amount not to exceed $25 million. We now turn to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 8 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All individuals are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You're welcome to come forward in any order.
Mark, first of all, it's incredibly hard to find how this money is being spent. You guys just don't tell us. And I read the book. I sit around for 10 minutes reading things that aren't even online, or you would have to just go everywhere for a long time, an hour or 2 to find things on one topic. But what's more important is this is about low-income housing, of course, and what a scam that is, because you guys don't address the wealth inequality in America. That's a video on YouTube, Wealth Inequality in America. I held the graph up just a few minutes ago, and you don't address the Federal Reserve. So the government is causing a problem that will definitely destroy the middle class and has pretty much already done it. And The idea that you're going to make developers and contractors a ton of money, and CEOs of corporations, as well as many other people, and never address the problem. And then on top of that, it's the rent. Usually in low income, they pay about a third of the rent, but the government doesn't drop the rest of the rent. Oh no, they have to screw us, the taxpayer. They could just ignore it and say, we'll just rent you for a third of the rent. But no, we taxpayers are subsidizing 2/3 of the rent in these low income housing. Usually it's around that. And that, of course, is totally unsustainable when you have a Federal Reserve that's causing inflation, so more and more of the middle class is becoming poverty-stricken. It's just a recipe for absolute disaster, which is what the UN wants. And this is all interrelated. Taking our guns away, having cameras everywhere, having no good distribution of wealth, because to a certain degree, wealth is freedom. If you don't have the money to travel somewhere, and I'm out of time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cesar Javier, if someone, especially victims of toxicity in the neighborhood, designated as residential zone community, this means the benefit of Montecito Village apartments. This means that they are the haves, and we, the victims, are the have-nots. And focus on the word benefit. What about the others? Looking at the balance sheet, the profit-loss financial sheet, it looks like we understand that there is corruption. Equals monopoly, discretion, minus accountability. We are here to learn from each other because we belong of the government, by the government, for the government. You are our assigned leader. We are your followers. But it doesn't mean that you're above us or your followers are above you. We are in equal footing. Listen to us. Let us not destroy the home base of the greatest military power on earth. This is their home. This is our home. This beneficiary, apartments, owners.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. It is interesting to hear the previous speakers talking about like the benefit, because it's like anytime you're going to get money from the government, you know, there doesn't seem to be any checks and balances whenever you guys are giving money away to make sure that it's being spent on whatever it needs to be. And how cool would that be? I mean, I guess like if I was a scumbag, I would come to the government and be like, give me $25 million, and then I'll just give you like a little breakdown and pretend I'm going to tell you what it's for. But I actually have a conscience. So it's like, can't engage in that kind of shenanigans. But it's interesting because it will go into benefit somebody's pockets. That's what all these, you know, programs and policies and grants and everything do. It's always, you know, fill in the pockets of some, you know, higher echelon CEO of some company while, you know, we're paying for it. It's like you're giving them our money, and then we don't get to know what it's for, where it's going to be spent. But hey, I mean, that's the way the government works, and it works very well, screwing the people over. And then, yeah, again, with like what Mark was saying about the low-income housing, I mean, you know, you should just, like take the other parts of the rent that you would then come to the people to get to provide low-income housing. Like, all this stuff is a scam that you guys engage in. It's actually racketeering and RICO that you should be arrested for, but it's fine because, at least you'll be punished in one way or another when you meet our maker, because he's going to go, what are you guys doing? All we were pretending to, really help people, but just really bank off the backs of people suffering. You guys, good job, Tara. You're doing very good being a socialist. I love it. The new hairdo fits you very well. Is that on topic? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Thanks.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with the first caller.
All build. The developer wants to do it 60,000 per unit rehab for 70-unit complex development of the property, which is outrageous. And he says that he'll keep the units affordable. Doubt it. First, as I read the loan application, the request was for $16 million, not $25 million. In this time of budget deficit, this is a huge difference. Moreover, the applicant says that land and building will cost about $17.5 million. The rehab will cost $8.7 million. Well, $60K for 70 units is only $4 and a bit million. So is $12 million extra fat? Looks like the board might want the true facts first. Second, on the application, it details how many units are truly affordable, like below 50% AMI. 7 out of the 70 units are 30% AMI. Another 7 units are 50%. And the rest, which is a huge percentage, are higher. So 10% are truly affordable for low income. Won't help the homeless or housing crisis much. The guarantor seems to be a good company, but the loan itself is wrong. And I hope that he's not accused of lying like the gun dealers who submit written and vetted documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. So yeah, this item is just more nothing. I mean, we all have, well, the people paying attention have already come to the conclusion that they don't plan on fixing the homelessness issue or, this housing thing. It's all to benefit somebody else's pocket. We know Todd Gloria's got some junk on him, or a lot of junk on him. I mean, it's just all so corrupt and disgusting and foul. And the fact that, it's just all for show. It's all for, it is funny. And to the ones who are paying really close attention, did you see how, just the sheer fact that Mr. Javier was interrupted, but they gave Justin extra time. They let him start over. Pay attention, people. Get what's going on. Get and see how these people operate. It's sick. It's sick. There's controlled opposition. There's shit happening behind the scenes, and people need to start paying attention.
Please pause.
Yes. No, I'm not going to. I am totally on topic.
This item is regarding the issuance of exempt facility bonds by the California Municipal Finance Department for the benefit of Montecito Village Apartments. Please clarify how your comments pertain to this item and keep them on topic. Thank you.
Okay. Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Will you start my time over if I call Tara a cunt? I mean, is that okay? I mean, I'm making sense here. I'm making sense, and the fact that you guys are so shady and so corrupt and you allow others to go on their rants is ridiculous. People pay attention, see what's really happening, what's going on. You got people being silenced like Mr. Javier, and myself and others who are making sense while they let...
Please pause. Please pause for time, Andrew. I'd like an opinion from County Council. Are these comments relevant to item 8?
These items are not on topic.
Okay, these items are not on topic. I've already given you one warning, so that means you now forfeit your time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any comments from any of my colleagues?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please call the vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item number 9. This is the notice of public hearing, issuance of exempt facility bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Alvarado Creek apartments in an aggregate amount not to exceed $100 million. We now turn to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 7 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 9 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Cesar, Javier, and allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Welcome to come forward in any order.
I am against providing benefits to these sheltering projects.
And please state your name for the record.
Cesar Javier, I'm sorry, sir. Who is the presenter? Is it Department of Engineering, County of Engineering, or we call it loose? Is it loose? May I clarify, ma'am?
Are you asking a question of the CAO?
If it is appropriate to be answered.
There is no presentation on this item.
So how could we now learn and educate us so that we could provide healthy input? Because this is all about homelessness. Poor people has not received the public good in terms of roof. Lessons, we have fire, and we need water to put a fire on shelters that are being devoured by fire. This is all about, that's why we stand here to say, please, show us, tell us why we give benefit to these builders. The driver of progress and economy, when in fact it is straining our money. Why do we have to build apartments like this, and we cannot build tents, emergency shelter, which those homeless poor people are showing us? They just need clean water, clean land, clean ocean. That's the point. Let's solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, so I did look at this one a little more because it's $100 million, not $25 million. And all the same things I said about the other one apply. It's low-income housing, 2/3 of the rent subsidized by taxpayers. It's unsustainable because of these 2 things. This is the wealth distribution in America. It's from a video called Wealth Inequality in America. Wealth Inequality in America on YouTube. In this graph, this is what everyone agreed, this white line is what everyone agrees it should be. 9 out of 10 Republicans and Democrats. A study done by a university professor. The line below it is where everyone thinks it should be, this green line. And then the dark green down at the bottom is what it actually is, where you almost don't see the poor or the middle class at all on the graph. It's disgusting. Most people have no idea of this. They also don't know. So the problem isn't that the housing costs too much, it's that the government has allowed the corporations to make it so people are not making a livable wage here, and the middle class is disappearing. That is what is happening, and it could only be intentional. No government person could be that stupid, especially since I'm pointing it out. Everyone needs to see this video. I was aware of this in a much greater detail in a video called The Money Masters by Bill Still. It's still on there. It's kind of grainy, but you can see, if you want to see a full documentary on how everyone in the U.S. got screwed out of their money forever, unless people get together and calmly talk to each other and do something peacefully about it, you can see The Money Masters. Here's the short version. See this video title on YouTube, from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes. Between this, the Federal Reserve causing inflation and wealth distribution, this is criminal and is destroying the middle class and making it so people are homeless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Well, I mean, that's the point, is to make everybody homeless, right? I mean, if we really wanted to fix it, there wouldn't be a homeless issue. But we don't live in a world where people want to do that. We live in a world where people want to fill their pockets with paper, fiat currency that's just printed out of thin air. It has no value, but only does because people think it does. But it's really sad to see, like, going on the point in time count and seeing the atrocities, all the abuse that's happening with the people that are supposed to be getting help. Oh, let's live in a rat-infested tent city. Let's live with mold here. Let's give them food that nobody would want to eat and charge a lot of money for it. The scam is so interesting. It's interesting being on the other side. The people that are engaged in it are like, we're not scamming you guys. Not at all. Why would we do that? We love you. Now take this genocide shot. It'll make you healthy. It will keep you well. It'll make you docile. It'll make you a slave to the system because you're going to believe everything that we say.
Please
I was
pause
waiting
the
for
time.
that, Tara. Oh my gosh, it took you long enough. Jeez.
Please pause her time. Audra,
42 seconds of fun left.
please use them on topic.
Oh, they are?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On topic. On topic is the housing, and so we're going to talk about housing and how it is a total scam for you guys. And Tara, how much are you getting paid for this one item? I'm wondering, is part of that $100 million going to go into your pocket? Is it? Maybe in pennies? Like, how many pennies are in $100 million? Do you think that's a lot of wishes?
Okay, please pause Audra's time.
Yes.
Okay, just because you use the words 100 million, because they're referenced in the title, that doesn't mean your comments are on topic.
I was talking about...
Can you please stop talking so that we don't have to restart your time while I'm talking? So please speak to the item, which is regarding the issuance of exempt facility bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Alvarado Creek apartments in their aggregate amount not to exceed $100 million. You can't just use the words in the title to make it on topic. It has to be relevant to the actual item. And I've seen you do it many, many times. So I have great confidence that you can do so.
Thank you. Gosh, this is so great. She has confidence in me. I really feel good today because you said that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
All above. This time the developer wants to build a 227-unit complex and says that he'll keep all of the units affordable, although they range up to 70% of the AMI, which is I mean, definitely not totally affordable. First, as I read the loan application, the request was for $90,000, not $100,000. In this day of, budget deficits, and it sounds like pretty much all government is broke or has a deficit. And you can't be, I mean, it is only 10,000, but, it's a 10% difference. You shouldn't be doing that to us. It's our tax money. Second, on the application, it's supposed to detail how many units are truly affordable, like below 50% AMI. It doesn't, and I suspect this omission was purposeful. Looks like it won't help the homeless or housing crisis much. The guarantor seems to be a good company, but the loan itself needs to be amended to say how many units are what percent of the AMI. I mean, it's really unconscionable to do this kind of scam. You really need to vet these documents thoroughly before you accuse other people of, just relying on their documents. I mean, ridiculous. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, and I really would like to commend our most recent public commenter, I think that was Paul, for how relevant your comments were to the topic and your ability to stay topical. So thank you very much. With that, I'd like to ask if my colleagues have any comments on item 9.
I'll move item 9.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and a second by Supervisor Jim Desmond. Please call the vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we will now move on to item number 10. We will begin with public comment on this item, and then after that, I'll have Supervisor Desmond speak because it's his item. So beginning with public comment, please call the commenters.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 45 requests to speak on this item, 27 in person, 18 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1,885 e-comments, 333 in favor, 1,534 in opposition, and 4 neutral. Also note that we had 1 individual register their opposition but did not wish to address the board. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. It will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. And due to the volume of speakers, as the Vice Chair indicated at the beginning of the meeting, speaking time will be limited to 1 minute per individual. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record when you get to the podium. I'd like to first invite forward Michael Brando, Oliver Twist, and Ms. Strange. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Michael, I rarely agree with Jim Desmond, but I do agree with him on this. There's a lot of nexuses to this topic, Tara. Gay people, bisexual people, transgender people are used as tools of manipulation in a game of triangulation against the people, just like they did with black people, just like they do with Indian people. And at a larger level, higher altitude, this is what it's about. It's getting people out of their heart space to make people hate each other. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I know this item is going to fail because you have to have at least 3 people to vote for it. So that's unfortunate. But the good news is it's drawing attention to the games of triangulation and gaslighting that narcissistic psychopaths, like many of the traits on this board that are exhibited, are used to make people hate one another. It's not going to work. It's already failed. How good can it get?
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist, AKA Mary Davis. First of all, thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for bringing this much-needed item forth. You gave out your board letter, did an excellent job of laying out examples of how women and girls are being harmed by the current policies and actions. I'd like to direct you to the UN report on violence against women and girls that indicated that male athletes have taken over 890 medals from female athletes. This is from the UN, and that there is real harm being done. That's to opportunity. There's also the physical risk of it as well. What is interesting is the county's own lawsuit says that children and adolescent brains are not fully developed. So as such, I'm not sure how you can be condoning things that for confused people that does permanent harm. Lastly, I direct you to Gender Health Query, a group of LGBT people who are concerned with over-medicalization of children and the harms being done. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Joanna Emmons, Mike Schaefer, and Britta Lindstrom. If I've called your name, please come forward.
I'm a gay woman and founder of Taxpayers Oversight for Parents and Students. Do not allow...
Can you please state your name?
Oh, Marcy Strange.
Thank you.
Do not allow biological males in women and girls' spaces, competitive sports. Why? They expose themselves in showers. There's evidence of severe sports injuries, sexual abuse, stolen opportunities, and violations of federal laws, including Title IX, Ms. Reamer. At this point, sex and money are the primary explanations for this widespread abuse of females. For those who ignore these concerns, it could lead to investigations to point to your personal conduct, including any possible inappropriate actions and auditing your tax returns. What's on your hard drive? J.K. Rowling eloquently asked, which side are you on, women's rights or men's demands?
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Joanna. I'm a registered nurse in maternal fetal medicine, but most importantly, I'm a mother of a middle school-aged daughter in North County, San Diego. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order to protect Title IX, and San Diego needs to respect and enforce this in order to protect our girls and women. No boys should be allowed in our girls' bathrooms, locker rooms, or to compete against them in sports. Every day, my daughter in middle school and all of the other girls in her PE class are required to change in the girls' locker room with a confused biological boy that is now identifying as a girl. They've gone to school with this boy since kindergarten, who's now identifying as a girl. These girls are told to be tolerant and kind, and that their feelings of discomfort and dressing in front of this boy are wrong. By doing this, you're silencing our daughters. You're telling them that their rights don't matter. By enforcing this executive order, we need to tell our daughters that their rights and their abilities and their heart.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Hello, this is my first time speaking at a Board of Supervisors meeting. I just felt led to come down in support.
Please state your name.
Oh, Mike Schaefer, sorry. I felt led to come down and support this issue. I know the word common sense keeps getting thrown around a lot, but I'm on board with that. It just sounds very common sense that biological men should not be competing in competitive women's sports for their safety, and if this is really all about equality, I mean, how is equality with a male athlete competing with a female athlete? How's that equality? So I'm here to support this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Desmond.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. The first three speakers, Mark, Juan Guerrero, and Claire Shagnesi. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, Brita Lindstrom, and 79% of Americans and 68% of Democrats oppose transgender female in women's sports. Biological males who are transitioning to females and who have received hormone therapy still have higher testosterone levels, leading to greater muscle mass, bone density, and oxygen carrying capacity. In addition, although transitioning biological males have relatively lower levels of testosterone than they originally have, their advantages continue: muscle memory, fast muscle fibers, and their original bone structure. These factors clearly place females at an unavoidable competitive disadvantage and increases their risk for injury. This is science. Doesn't work. Please ensure equitable access to athletic opportunities for girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, 1 minute's a joke. First, I want to state that according to 54954.3c, people do have a right to critique omissions that you guys make. In other words, you didn't think it was important, but they do. And you don't have a right to determine the narrative on that. That's against the Brown Act and the Constitution completely, and the whole idea of them being able to say anything critical. So, obviously, it's not rocket science. It's not fair for a biological male, whatever he considers himself to be, to compete with girls. It's just not. I mean, that's blatantly obvious. I can't even think of her name, but some superstar swimmer, there's a big case about that, on the web. Anyway, it's just so blatantly obvious, and I'm not against trans people. It has nothing to do with that. You just heard the mother. No one could have said it better than she just did. That is criminal.
Next speaker, please. I've called your name. Please come forward and line up on the arrows. I'll call additional speakers: Erica Eldridge, Cesar Javier, and Nicole Sanford. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Nicole Sanford, a resident of District 1. Today, I want to address a critical issue that demands our attention: the safety of young athletes in San Diego County. A recent survey of college-educated Americans under the age of 45 revealed a disturbing truth. More than 1 in 4 current and former college athletes reported enduring inappropriate sexual contact from a campus authority figure. Most often, the perpetrator was a male coach or professor. These findings underscore that the foremost danger lies not in the inclusion of transgender individuals, but in the abuse of power by those entrusted to guide and protect young people. Instead of addressing this urgent issue, some in our society have instead chosen to scapegoat transgender individuals, spreading hateful lies to sow division. The current resentment against transgender people in our society is not rooted in facts and reason. I'll cut my words short by noting that I did not hear a single scientific quotation from any of you, and I urge any of you to provide one. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Before we go to the next speaker, just reminding everyone, speak to the board, please. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Claire Shaughnessy. I am the parent of an 18-year-old trans man. The impact this initiative would have on the transgender youth in San Diego is extremely negative. It would serve to intimidate and harm all transgender students in the county. Banning trans youth from sports is not based on medical science. Dr. Jack Turbin of UC San Francisco, the director of Gender Psychiatry Program, sent a letter to the NCAA last week where he resigned, saying the decision of the NCAA to ban trans women from sports does not align with medical or scientific consensus. He writes, quote, "I cannot in good conscience participate in this kind of politicization of science and medicine at the expense of the most vulnerable student athletes. I ask you to do the same when you vote. Thank you."
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Juan Guerrero. This is Nick Benedict, a 16-year-old transgender teen
who was admitted to a hospital on February 7th, 2024, after they blacked out while being beaten on the bathroom floor of their high school. The next day, they were rushed back and pronounced dead at the hospital. An autopsy concluded Next died by suicide. This is Hope, a transgender teen from Florida who left a note for her mother that read, "Dear Mommy, I am so sorry to do this to you, but I have killed myself by jumping off the top floor, the 12th floor of your building. I felt I could no longer live with my life as a lie, living as a boy instead of a girl. I knew I could become. I am so sorry I lied to you. Please forgive me for lying to you and for committing all the sins that I have committed."
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Erica Eldridge, and I'd just like to start with a quote from Supervisor Desmond that said, "This is a solution that's looking for a problem. This act, with its grossly misleading and offensive title, is transphobic and discriminatory. It violates so many rights that it will affect both trans and cis athletes alike. It violates privacy rights related to how this will be enforced. It violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. It violates Title IX, and it very explicitly violates California civil rights protections. California has pledged to be a sanctuary state for those who are targeted, oppressed, and terrorized elsewhere. San Diego is beautifully diverse. Let's celebrate that. We cannot be complicit in the attempt to erase trans people, particularly children who are vulnerable. What kind of message does this send to a child if they are prohibited from participating in sports, that they are not worthy, that they are assumed to be a threat, that they're undeserving? If you do not want to send this message, I urge you."
Thank you. As the next speaker, Cesar Javier, is coming forward, I'll call 3 additional speakers: Michael Miller Peruz, Ray Matthew Epstein, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward and line up on the arrows.
Cesar Javier. Our Constitution is the supreme law, and it has been amended 33 times, 27 solid, 6 in experiment. One doctrine that is very, very important: man are equal. Regardless of your physical, emotional, whatever, we're equal. I just don't disagree with this item for discussion. This should have been solved since. Why only women and children to be protected? What about us of different diversity? Did you not notice the flag, District 4, Mom's Tip? In a lofty purse, a flag of different color.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Why did we allow that?
Sir, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Michael Miller Bruce, District 4 resident and Health Psychology Research Fellow. Leading health and science organizations acknowledge that transgender people are at increased risk for mental and physical health conditions due to discrimination and mistreatment. In 2021, the American Heart Association released a scientific statement acknowledging that trans people face disparities in cardiovascular health for these reasons. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in the United States, and trans people have a 40% higher risk of cardiovascular disease and are at 1.5 to 2 times likely to die from cardiovascular disease compared to those who are not trans. HR 28 would harm trans people by contributing to this and other health disparities through limiting their ability to participate in physical activity and to access the myriad other benefits of team sports, as well as by exposing them to systematic discrimination from governmental and educational institutions. Adopting a position of support would convey to all citizens of San Diego County the board is willing to embrace discrimination without regard for the harms it may cause to its minoritized constituents.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Ray Matthew Epstein, and I'm a regular volunteer at the North County LGBTQ Resource Center in Oceanside. I moved here 2.5 years ago from New Jersey, where I was born to a highly athletic mother who was the first girl to play in our high school basketball team in the 1970s, years before there were public school sports teams for girls. Kind of seems like if my mother could keep up with the boys, the eventual normalization of split gender teams was pointless and maybe even sexist. Since this act fails to cite any professional biologist and define what makes a biological male, I can only assume it's proposed in the spirit of the current federal administration, in which case by using the phrase at birth. The executive order, however, says, from President Trump, says it's at conception, meaning that we're all female right now. So this act is redundant and pointless. Some transgender girls who play on public school sports teams are future mothers. They are currently sisters, daughters, and more, although this does not decide their value as people. This is clearly part of a national wave to dehumanize and intimidate us, but you just created unity among the San Diego trans community. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Sarah Parker, Reverend Lenny Duncan, and Autumn Hope. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra. There will only always be XX and XY. That's never going to change. It's not something that you're like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling like my chromosomes are different. And it's very sad to see that this is even something that we have to talk about, that this is something that goes on in this inverted world where, I mean, even like minor attracted persons, which is pedophilia, is like an accepted sexual preference, right? And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's just very sad to see all of the brainwashing that's going on with people and the way that they actually think and, you know, want to protect trans, but it's like, let's put women and children in danger. And that's okay, because I want to feel like I belong in the women's bathroom, having a dick and being able to whip it out and masturbate, because that's what's happened in girls' bathrooms. And it doesn't matter if the girl feels unsafe, that person deserves to be there, right? And actually, I was in favor of this. I just...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Parker, that's actually not how chromosomes work.
Okay, everyone, please pause. Can you please pause for time? Let's all be respectful for each other. That's how we structure this meeting. If you want to talk, put your name in the queue, come up, you can speak oppose or in support, but we're not going to speak while others are speaking. That would be disruptive. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Sarah. I oppose any support by my county of the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. First of all, trans women are women and trans girls are girls, period. The phrasing biological males used in this agenda item and proposed legislation is simply anti-trans bigotry. And just like cisgendered kids and adults, transgendered kids and adults deserve to feel safe and participate in sports programs of their choice. Second, the rhetoric of supporting women's sports and this country's sudden interest in women's and girls' sports is nothing more than a convenient vehicle for spreading anti-trans hate. Neither Jim Desmond nor any other bigot supporting this kind of hateful anti-trans legislation can name more than 5 women athletes, nor have they ever been to a professional women's sports event. This is a fake concern and interest, and for any cis women feeling supported or vindicated by this kind of legislation, you're being swindled. Third, perhaps most importantly, this kind of anti-trans proposal is violent, hateful, and dehumanizing to trans folks of all ages and genders. The main purpose of this kind of legislation is to remind the trans community that they're not welcome or respected in public life. What a disgusting message to send to another human being.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Ready? Okay. Good morning. My name is Reverend Lenny Duncan. I'm from Coffee and Class Solidarity in Hillcrest. I'm here to speak in opposition to item number 10, since much like Supervisor Desmond, I'm a big fan of small government. I came here as a called and ordained minister of the Church of Jesus Christ to share my vehement opposition to this. We know that Supervisor Desmond is using the lives of the most vulnerable and cares more about repeating messages of fear and intimidation, and has never watched a woman or girl sport for pleasure unless he was related to one of the players in his life. We know this is incredibly dishonest and just a political move, and we see you. Supervisor Desmond, if you're looking for scriptural guidance, look to St. Philip in Acts 8:26 through 40. When he encounters the Ethiopian eunuch who is black and by our modern definition trans, he says, there is nothing to keep you baptized. But if you're a trans child in San Diego, there's something from keeping you safe, and that's Supervisor Desmond and their petty politics, twisting scripture and the Bible just to gain a few votes from their local area. Supervisor Desmond is using the same atmosphere of political violence.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Okay, please stop.
Your time is up.
Sir, if you continue. Okay, please. Okay, okay, this is your last warning. Please leave the chamber. You are being disruptive of the conduct of this meeting. Please leave this chamber.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call 3 additional speakers: Aaron Nagan, David Vance, and Karina Pugh. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My name is Autumn Hope, and I'd like to speak in opposition to this item. How exactly is this an issue that is affecting the women and girls participating in sports within our community? Per a scientific review commissioned by the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport, there is no evidence that trans people pose a significant advantage or advantage at all. And within our sporting community, we make up less than 1% of the population. When so many problems face our community and the women and girls within our schools, such as food insecurity and a rising cost of education, focusing on such a non-issue is outright cruel towards the transgender community in San Diego. Members of the board, please choose to uplift the many rather than denigrate the few. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Nung. My pronouns are he, him, and they, them, and I'm a non-binary and trans resident of District 3. Growing up in K-12 public schools, I was afraid of ostracization from my family and school communities due to homophobia and transphobia. This attack on trans women will not only affect trans women, but call into question and invade the privacy and gender will invade the privacy and gender of gender non-conforming individuals. This item only serves to advance a narrative of bigotry and fear, not safety and wellness. Our trans and non-binary communities must be supported and cared for in this extremely uncertain time for them, in this time of danger and political injustice for them. And so, therefore, I urge you to vote no on this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is David Vance. My pronouns are they, them. I'm non-binary. I'm a resident of District 4, and I've been working with and advocating on behalf of San Diego's trans and non-binary community for about a decade now. I have a message for any trans and non-binary folks who may be watching. We are perfect and beautiful just the way we are. We are the experts on who we are. We have always existed and we will always exist, and no elected official can erase us with the stroke of a pen. The item on today's agenda is not about protecting women and girls. It's about ignorance, perpetuating misinformation, and scapegoating a vulnerable community to divert attention from the actual issues facing our county. It's also already illegal under California state law. Transphobes and bigots are loud because what they are truly afraid of is our power, our vibrancy, and our fearlessness to live our lives authentically. Don't let fear and bigotry dim your shine, and know that there are so many people and organizations in San Diego who are fighting for you. Trans and non-binary people aren't going anywhere. I urge the board to...
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call 3 additional speakers: Kelly Nufkin, Daniel Calderon, and Isabella McHale. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Karina Pugh. My pronouns are she, her, and on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center, I urge you to vote no on item 10. HR 28 is a harmful, bigoted resolution that could prevent transgender students from participating and competing in sex-segregated school sports in alignment with their gender identity. This legislation is not about protecting women and girls. It's an uninformed attempt to fearmonger and demonize trans folks, despite the fact that there are very few trans athletes who compete in school sports. sports. Among over 510,000 athletes in the NCAA, for instance, fewer than 10 are trans. Arguments that trans women have unfair advantages in sports competitions and are stronger than their cisgender counterparts feed into misogynistic, scientifically inaccurate misconceptions that are oversimplifications of biological factors. In fact, the ACLU states that socioeconomic disadvantages reflect the vast majority of disparities in sports fairness, despite transphobic attempts to claim otherwise. This legislation could also expose you to her.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Knufkin, opposed. This does not protect women and girls. Instead, it tries to divide people by creating a fake problem and fear-mongering about trans youth. And all girls playing sports will be less safe if they have to worry about their gender being investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Calderon. I want to question the board members' decision to bring this motion forward. Studies done by both the British Journal of Sports Medicine and our very own National Institute of Health have shown that trans athletes have no advantage over cis counterparts. This motion targets less than 0.1% of all athletes and would subject all women and girls within our community to having their participation in sports scrutinized. When much more pressing issues are facing the women in our community, such as food insecurity, lack of housing, and a rising cost of education, focusing on such a non-issue indicates a cowardice to actually lead San Diego County towards a better future. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the remaining speakers in person. Corey Schumacher, AJ Estrada, and Carol Kim. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Isabella McHale, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this item. This act has nothing to do with biology or the protecting women and girls. Its only effects are to tell certain children that they do not have a right to exist and to try and erase from public life a portion of the population that a minority of people just don't like. But no person has a right to tell another that they just shouldn't exist. Should this reactionary proposal pass, it will be dragging us back to an era where few enjoy the freedoms that rightfully belong to all of us. I ask you to oppose this item and be secure in the knowledge that you would be keeping this county you serve a safe place for all women and girls in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Corey Schumacher. I am a 3-time Women's World Longboard Surfing Champion. For 30 years, I was a competitive athlete and spent 2 decades of my life fighting for pay equity in professional surfing. I vehemently oppose this draconian and patronizing resolution. This homotransphobic resolution touts itself as interested in fairness, yet its ploy is to distract from the real fairness at issue here, which is income inequality rooted in the exploitation and oppression of working families and serving the narrow interests of vapid politicians more interested in power than compassion. We do not need your protection. We need protection from your Christo-fascist values.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon or good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is AJ Estrada, resident of Chula Vista, and my family are appalled that this gross, unconscionable attack against our children has been granted any sort of legitimacy in this chamber. We're talking about children playing sports, young people that make up less than 0.1% of our population, if that. Instead of focusing on the very real issues of the day, the rising cost of living, the lack of affordable and attainable housing, or a very real need for investments in our public infrastructure, this is what we are spending time on. Housing opportunities are non-existent, the price of eggs are still rising, and our federal government is being dismantled before our eyes, but this is what you seem to think the community wants to talk about and focus on. Children whose only crime is existing and wanting to play a sport. This is weak behavior. Weak people feel strong, dominating others. Do not support this.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Carol Kim, and I'm here as a mother of 2 teenagers, and I wanted to share some remarks from 2 cisgendered 15-year-old girls who are active in athletics and sports at their school. The The first one, I'm going to just use her initials, is SA, and she says, I think that trans people shouldn't be restricted from being in sports because people are usually born with genetic advantages and disadvantages anyways. Those who are taller or have higher levels of metabolism typically benefit more than those without. So being unfair towards trans people because they may have, quote, a genetic advantage, unquote, is not logical. The other person says, and her initials are KE, trans girls shouldn't be left behind because of their bodies. And it's silly to think that your students really see trans girls as a threat in sports. Also, it's even more silly that you might think that a boy might pretend to be trans just to participate in the girls' sports. It's like you've never stepped inside a high school or met a teenage boy. Anyway, get guns out of schools, not trans people. You're worried about your kids getting hurt? Kids don't.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Guinevere Frank, and I work as a researcher at UCSD, and I'm a voter in District 3, and I strongly oppose supporting H.R. 28. This bill is a thinly veiled attempt to attack and ostracize trans and intersex people and exclude them from an important portion of the social fabric of their communities. This bill is contrary to the state of current research literature, which finds no firm evidence-based basis that trans women have a consistent and measurable performance benefit in sports after 12 months of testosterone suppression. Furthermore, the vague nature and intrusive focus on the bodies of students is another attempt to police the bodies of women, trans and cisgender alike, and will negatively affect cisgender women whose appearance doesn't conform to strict gender stereotypes. Further, I'd like to address the agenda items background section, which mentions inflammatory instances of injury occurring when trans athletes compete in women's sports, but provides no evidence that either one, this is a statistically significant trend, or two, in any of these cases, the gender identity of the participating athletes had any causal effect on the injuries. Jim Desmond, please learn the bare minimum of scientific literacy before you embarrass yourself further to your constituents.
Now hear from the next caller.
Stephanie Becker. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I think this whole conversation is inane at best. First of all, as the County of San Diego, we're part of the state of California, which is part of the United States, and we have federal law. So why we think that we can override federal law is beyond me. But with that said, I would urge you to side with Jim Desmond on this, although I know you're not going to. But we need to look at other factors. You talk about equality. This is not equality. This is not equality to natural-born girls. This is not fair to girls when they compete for college scholarships. And there is an advantage, as we've seen with the swimmer. I was a competitive swimmer. I raised two boys who are competitive swimmers. And when we talk about psychological damage, there is psychological damage, but not just to the transgender children, but to the women, the girls in the locker rooms. They go through anxiety and panic and stress. It's not fair all the way around. Nobody's saying transgender children.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
All about society has rules. Dress a certain way, don't take kids to X-rated movies or nudie bars, avoid using the bathroom at the same time as someone of another gender, sporting events for men and women. Why is this? It's really an equity thing. This is one case where equity rules are applicable. Why are there separate women's and men's sports, each excel in certain areas, and letting both sexes compete against each other poses an unfair sporting advantage. This is actually more than a matter of transphobia. It is a matter of genetics and of fair play and of law. I think that bathroom behavior, especially in the case of kids who are less prepared to defend themselves, is something that needs.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lee Layden, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to lend my personal experience to this item as a former NCAA Division II athlete, as a coach in girls soccer, and as a parent of a girl athlete. Playing sports in women's soccer from ages 10 to 22, I experienced many injuries, as you can imagine. At 12, it was a soccer ball kicked straight to my left eye, causing hyphema, leaving me with temporary vision loss and a long recovery. High school, I commonly left games with cleat marks on a thigh or random scratches. In college, it was getting concussions from being accidentally headbutt after going for a header or a collision requiring knee reconstruction and ultimately retirement from competitive soccer. Every single injury I sustained was a result from competing against a girl or a woman. With less than 10 out of over 500,000 NCAA athletes being trans, this isn't working the way it portrays. In fact, it's an attack on the body autonomy.
Thank you. On to the next caller.
Thank you for your time, Supervisors. My name is Jen LaBarbera, and I'm the Director of Education and Advocacy for San Diego Pride and a former high school and college soccer player. We strongly oppose this resolution, which supports a bigoted state assembly bill rooted in false information. We know that bans on trans folks' participation in sports do not help girls or women's sports, nor do they protect girls or women. If anything, they actually expose all young girls, whether trans or not, to increase scrutiny and bullying, especially for kids that may not conform to traditional standards of femininity, which is most often directed at Black and brown young girls. This resolution and the Assembly bill it's meant to support is cruelty for cruelty's sake. And I really hope that you all vote in opposition to this bigoted and cruel resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson, I'm speaking against this item. I don't think we should be rewarding Jim Desmond with some anti-trans item. It's completely bogus. It feeds into a false narrative about cis women in sports being in danger by trans people when that's not at all true. It's not based in science. It's not based in history. It's just paranoia from transphobic pieces of crap who want to lecture trans people about what rights they supposedly should and shouldn't have. It's an unnecessary barrier to basic human rights, and I look forward to this item not even getting a second because Joel's out today. So Jim Desmond, enjoy this item dying on the floor, because most people, as you can see from the public comment that came out today, are not in favor of this transphobic garbage. Just because Trump is president right now does not mean that San Diego has to go along with his nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Esmeralda Carolina Quintero Cubian. I live in D4, and I'm calling in opposition of this item. I first would like to congratulate Supervisor Desmond for an exceptionally what seems like a cowardly action to bring this forward, not only during Black History Month, when we recognize how Black and brown girls are often hyper-masculinized by their white counterparts, but also in a time where trans people are not the reason that folks can't afford their groceries. Trans people are not the reason that you cannot go about your regular day. Trans people are not the reason that the government is being defunded. And yet you still thought that this was the time to bring forward this agenda item, solely because you seek to escape accountability for other issues that are actually impacting our community here in San Diego, all of which directly impact trans people as well. So not only do I oppose this, I also think you wasted board resources and time by bringing this forward when you know that this bill would never pass the state government. So thank you again for...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Simon Guzman. I'm a resident of D5. I'm also a transgender individual. I'm calling in strong opposition to this item. To our board, you all have the responsibility to protect all the youth entrusted in our schools, and that also includes protecting them from hateful and misinformed legislative attacks and these kind of bullying campaigns that seek to stop transgender and non-binary students from fully participating in athletic programs, and also denying them an equal opportunity to an education, which is the most important thing we should be thinking about for our kids at this age and at this time. This item does not reflect our values. It does not reflect civil rights, and I actually want to urge our supervisors to instead introduce items that can protect our transgender and non-binary populations, to send a clear message that these kind of messages are not tolerated by any elected official here in our region. And to my supervisor, it is so disheartening to see that you continue to attack so many of our communities that entrust you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Justin Castro, controlled observation, whatever the fuck people want to think of me. We sent $10 million to gender studies in Palestine, at which point everything fucking blew up and started wars and all that stuff. So if men and women are equal, why do we even have sex as an option when it comes to things? Why don't men have a problem with going into a women's thing and just totally dominating and taking all the trophies? Men and women are created equal. I don't see why women would have a problem with that at all. Like women could go ahead and do everything a man can, right? Or is this just really to divide us, where we want to go ahead and push an agenda that the rest of the world does not believe in, and because we're so advanced?
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. So this is what we're focusing on, really. Focusing on protecting women and girls. That's right. I feel like, I listened to some of the comments. I didn't have time to listen to all of them, but what I heard was a lot of femphobia, to be honest with you. But does Jim suddenly care about women? Or is he just running for Congress? Did Tara figure out what a woman is yet? I will not insert an inappropriate hinge-cringe joke here. Is Tara going to introduce an item in the future about trans men and biological men's sports? Does she not consider that an issue? This is about the safety of biological women. This is about ending fear experienced by women. This is about protecting the minority of women in sports. This is about not marginalizing the physical abilities of biological women. This is about securing the rights that women have fought for so many generations for. This is about fighting against biological women phobia. This is about following.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky. Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and I come here today to support item 10 as a parent to 3 young women. I believe that many educational institutions and athletic associations have allowed men to compete in women's sports, and that this is demeaning, unfair, and dangerous to women and girls, and denies women and girls the equal opportunity to participate and excel in competitive sports, of which they have fought so hard to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Great. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Desmond to introduce his item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate all the people who came and spoke today. It's a pretty hot topic here, but I believe that males, however they identify, should not be competing in women's sports. This is common sense. Women's sports exist for a reason, to give women and girls a fair playing field. Allowing males to compete against them isn't progress, it's actually a step backwards. While there is a presidential executive order in place, the House Rule, or HR Bill 24, codifies this into law, ensuring lasting protection for women and girls. My request is that we support HR 28 as it moves through Congress. This is especially critical, given that the state of California has already stated they will not abide by the executive order. Laws matter. And without this, women and girls in sports will continue to face unfair and dangerous conditions. This legislation is about fairness and safety, and it really shouldn't be controversial. I don't really know how we've gotten in this place in society that it's even up for debate. But women's sports exist to give women that open and fair playing field, and that shouldn't change. As a father, I wouldn't want my daughter playing sports and risking potential injury against male athletes. Local parents have told me they're deeply concerned about their daughters having to share locker rooms with boys, which is happening in North San Diego County. This isn't about competition, it's about safety. Women and girls across the country have already been seriously injured because of unfair matchups. A high school volleyball player suffered a partial paralysis after a male athlete spiked the ball at her. A girls' basketball team was forced to forfeit a game because multiple players were injured by a male opponent. Collegiate teams are walking off the court in protest, facing legal battles over unfair competition. Males should not be competing in women's sports, no matter how they identify. This isn't about politics, this is about fairness, safety, and common sense. Women's sports have come a long way. With Title IX, we can't afford to take a step backward, taking away trophies and scholarships from women. Women and girls deserve safe and fair competition, and I think we must stand up for them now. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the county support of H.R. 28.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call on myself. I have a number of things to say. I mean, when you take a step back and you look at the arc of history, historically, politicians who refuse to address the economic struggles facing working families have turned to scapegoating to divide us, blaming immigrants and Jews and blacks and LGBTQ people and other marginalized communities instead of tackling the real causes of social problems. This board letter reminds me of the Salem witch hunt, scaring people with pseudoscience to target and terrorize those perceived as different. I'm a strong and staunch supporter of women's rights, especially in sports. I was a 3-sport varsity athlete. I played soccer, I played water polo, and ran track and cross country. But this makes no sense. It's not based on science, it's not based on facts. If someone has 2 X chromosomes and they've transitioned to male, would you then argue that they should be playing women's sports? Because that is what this bill would allow. If someone is born with an XY chromosome, but they have no testosterone and they are assigned the gender of female at birth, by this bill, they would be playing women's sports. None of it makes any sense. None of it's based on science. Policies like H.R. 28 are part of the same old playbook of divide and distract, pitting everyday people against each other while the wealthy and well-connected rig the system in their favor. While wages stagnate and grocery costs soar, working people are told to fight over which kids get to play soccer. While corporate landlords buy up homes and jack up rent, politicians stir up outrage over who gets to use a public bathroom. While schools struggle with overcrowded classrooms and teacher shortages, lawmakers focus on banning books and policing our identities. While prescription drug prices skyrocket, the same politicians who block healthcare reform and protect big pharma claim that they're protecting children by targeting trans kids. And while working families pay more in taxes than some billionaires, oligarchs try to convince voters that their real enemy is a 12-year-old who wants to play volleyball. And it's true, we do have real, significant problems with women in sports. In 2023, the Women's World Cup awarded $150 million in prize money, 1/3 of what men were awarded. And this is despite that year being the most viewed women's sports event in history. The #1 draft pick for the WNBA is guaranteed a $76,000 a year salary. The #1 draft pick in the NBA gets $10 million. In basketball, men earn nearly $11 million, while women earn just over $113,000, despite women's basketball airing primetime for the second consecutive year. So, yes, we need to be fighting for equality in women's sports, and we need to be continuing to fight to protect women's rights, including our reproductive health, but not furthering legislation that scapegoats the most vulnerable and marginalized members of our community in order to distract and divide from the real issues that working families face. I will not be supporting this item today. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sorry, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Thank you, I was waiting to be recognized. Thank you to all of you who have come out. Every public comment. We started this morning with an invocation, and within that invocation, the pastor said, God, you have no favorites. Everyone is cherished and everyone is loved. That's how we started this morning out. And while we have federal government workers who don't know if they'll have a job tomorrow, while we have teenagers that may have access to nuclear codes, while we have a president that is not abiding by court orders, we are spending our time actively looking to discriminate against the trans community. That's what we're doing right now. And I just believe we have a lot better things to do. We have budget discussions coming up. We have no idea what this administration is going to do. And you know, I agree that laws matter. But right now, the leadership, especially at the federal level, does not reflect that. We have a felon in office right now. And then we also have a person who has no authority, has not been voted in, who's ravaging our government right now. And so I just, we can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. So let me just say this. Before the NCAA changed its policy last week, the NCAA President Charlie Baker told a Senate committee in December that he is aware of less than 10 transgender college athletes out of 510,000. We do the math, and other estimates say it's around 40, but if we do the math, that's 0.0019% of all college athletes in the country. I just don't think we have time for this. I just don't think we have time for it. And the last thing that I'll say to the trans community, thank you for being here, and allies, thank you. I always thank all the public commenters. I did at the beginning of this, of my comments. Without that, this would not be America. But I do think that we have to, if we're gonna even have the conversation, it needs to be with dignity and respect. There's too many loose words flying around here, and it's really since I've been here and before. But if we're going to get to uplifting the many instead of denigrating the few, our conversations need to be with more compassion, no matter what side of the this issue that we stand on. So I won't be supporting it. I think we have a lot of things to consider, and we have a lot of fights ahead of us, and I will not be supporting this board letter today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor. I don't see a second. So if there's no second, the motion fails. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to make an alternative motion. I agree with the title of the board letter, nothing else in it. So my alternative motion is to strike the recommendation and replace it with the words, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include advocacy and support for equal pay for women in sports in our board-adopted legislative program. That would be my motion. Okay, we have a second by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe. Direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include advocacy and support for equal pay for women in sports in our board-adopted legislative program. And we will be striking the rest of the board letter.
Just like the arguments against that I heard earlier, is this really
Supervisor Desmond, can you please put your name up and I will call on you? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I didn't do it.
Would you like to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, just like the argument you said of we shouldn't be wasting our time on this, this is another thing that you're just putting another thing out there to waste time on, to say we should have equal pay. I think they should. If they're going to be, if women can draw in the same crowds and create the same amount of money in their sporting events, then yes, they should be doing that. It's a business, the sporting stuff. So I'm not going to be supporting that, because for the same reason you didn't support mine, this is not worthy of our time.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion fails due to the lack of required affirmative votes, with Supervisor Desmond voting no and Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Montgomery Steppe voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now take a 30-minute lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. reconvene. We will move on to items 11 and 12. Item 11 being receive an update on the County of San Diego strategic planning process, adoption of an ordinance and amendments to board policies related to the county's financial policies for alignment to the strategic plan. And item 12, evaluating sustainable funding options to secure fiscal health. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, these items have been continued until next board meeting. And that will be on February 25th, 2025. But given that these items were publicly noticed, we will still hear public comment today, and these items are being heard together. So we will now turn to public comment. How many speakers do we have total?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 11 requests to speak.
Okay, so we're under the 20 speaker limit, so we will have 2 minutes for people to speak, and you can speak on both 11 and 12 together. Thank you.
Thank you. As I noted, we have 11 requests to speak on both items 11 and 12, 5 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments on both items, 1 in favor, 1 in opposition, and for item 12, 1 neutral e-comment. For any individuals that requested to speak on items 11 and 12 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes and Alexander Kraft. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to tell you something that you should do before you come back in 2 weeks. This is something I brought forward before for City of San Diego so many times, and they ignored it. Right now, you have an 8% transit occupancy tax rate for the unincorporated areas of San Diego County. You could bump that up, you could double it to 8%, but you need a public vote to do that. The other thing is that you're losing millions of dollars right now because you're not getting your full 8% transit occupancy tax to yourself. A lot of the money is being distributed from the 8% that is collected. The money is going to online hotel operators. Part of your 8% is going to them. And the reason for that is because you need a public vote to amend your ordinance to say that online travel agencies are hotel operators. This is a lawsuit that has been happening for about 25 years. It was finished about 8 years ago. The City of San Diego put it forward. But only the City of El Cajon was smart enough to put theirs to a public vote, and they doubled their transit occupancy tax collected in like 2 years. And so for the low 8% TOT that you have right now, you can ask for an additional 5% or 8% and still be lower than most cities in the United States. And so what I would say for you when you come back, I'm going to tweet out to the San Diego County the San Diego Reader article on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Alexander Kraft. I'm a proud SEIU Local 221 member and a county employee. I'm really excited to be hopefully the most exciting speaker and the most exciting portion of the feedback today. I've worked at Behavioral Health Services for a little over a year, but I've been with the county for about 4. I'm a legal support assistant. My unit's work is getting crucial services to our county citizens with the most severe mental illness. We're proud of the work that we do. To be eligible for our program, our clients have to be unable to attend to their activities of daily life, such as acquiring clothing, shelter, and performing basic hygiene activities. So by definition, without us, the population we serve could not live. Our work allows them to live. But our workloads are dramatically untenable. We know that our economy and our state and federal funding for services have made our budget uncertain. We strongly support this agenda item because it will allow us to look at every possible option to ensure that we can expand and, more importantly, retain the staffing required to provide the important services that our clients depend on to live. We support the board working to ensure that we have funding for critical work that we provide as county employees by approving this item and preparing multiple options to consider. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Final call for the remaining in-person speakers. Mark, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone, and we will begin with our first caller.
All the bold. Tara, pay for woman that you made the motion on is prohibited by Brown Act Section 54954.2, so please don't do that again. Now, item 11 looks good. I appreciate the emphasis on budgeting for expenditure increases, for revenue shortfalls, and tightening up of language such as implementation of the strategic plan instead of the vague service objectives. Number 12 sounds so like now the board realizes that it passed a bunch of half-baked ideas, which were, as I suggested, too dependent on broker-busted governments for funding without much financial planning. So now it needs to scramble, especially the homeless. They have waited and waited, most patiently, suffering diseases, horrible subhuman conditions, and harassment, moved from place to place regardless of their prior service. This is disgusting. It is not San Diego. One thing that disturbs me is that the C section of policy B29 doesn't seem to be very flexible. Exceptions should be made for emergency circumstances like a major leak from sewer connects in our culvert, where the responsible party can't come up with the money right away for the fee.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Justin Castro. I don't understand how you selectively choose to enforce your rules. For example, you did not want people to clap after you approved one thing, and you immediately stopped it. Right before your lunch, you went through something, you were able to say something, and you allowed the people to clap. Matter of fact, people are claiming that you allow me to go ahead and talk on things that I shouldn't be able to talk about while you punish other people. Well, I know the reason why you're punishing other people for my actions is because you cannot control my actions.
Okay, we're going to pause your time. Please pause.
Yeah, feel free to pause my time and give me a little bit extra time.
If you keep talking, then you're going to be
If you want to go ahead and interrupt me, we can go ahead and do.
If you keep talking, you will forfeit your time. This is a first warning. I am reminding everyone that we must stay on topic. So any comments of any sort related to the adoption of the strategic planning process, ordinances, amendments, the KPIs, sustainable funding options, or anything else mentioned and discussed or proposed in items 11 or 12 are relevant and are full game for a comment. If you are not commenting on anything relevant to the item, then your time will be forfeited. Okay, please begin his time again.
Fucking cunts, we're talking about issue number 11. What exactly is issue 11? These fucking cunts can't even tell you themselves. So, if you want to go ahead and interrupt me, I could go ahead and say fucking cunts on 11.
Okay, you have one warning. You are not on topic.
No, I'm talking about 11.
Please cut him off. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Oh, what a day. Anywho, so it's interesting to see you guys want to postpone these items. I think that is a good idea to.
And I'm going to ask you to please state your name.
My person uses the name Audra Andrew.
Thank you.
That suffice? Okay. And you probably didn't stop my time. It's fine. Yeah, but, you probably should be going in and making sure that whatever you're doing with this strategic plan, it's such a great name that you guys have for it. It's everything you do is strategic. But to make sure that, you don't continue to do things that are going to make the federal government not want to give you any funding. I mean, it's interesting because usually you guys, because you're money whores, just like NGOs and of the like, you will do anything to get money. You will worship, the climate god as long as, you're going to get funding for it. So it's interesting to see that now that there is a new administration, that your tactics will change and you'll actually go against the federal government. And then you're going to wonder why there's not going to be federal funding coming in. But it's all because of your doing. So if anything is cut in the county by the federal government, it's going to be your guys' fault. So it is probably a good idea for the strategic plan to be audited to make sure that you are not going to be obstructing the federal government, leading to, you know, the destruction of San Diego further, because you're not going to have the funding that you guys need to, you know, provide pretend homeless, you know, things. I mean, technically it's pretty much a good idea, because when you guys get money in your hands, you really just waste it and you destroy the lives of the people in San Diego further. So if the federal funding is cut due to your actions, it's probably a blessing in disguise, so that you can't continue to do all of the destructive things that you guys have been doing for years that have led to these kinds of actions needing to take place. So it would behoove you to not only fire Claudia, because she isn't worth 2 pennies to tell you a bunch of propaganda.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the final caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm a public health educator and member of my county planning group. I appreciate and recognize that the county is looking for solutions to replace the declining state and federal tax revenues in efforts to support and sustain departments such as fire safety, public safety, behavioral health, housing, and homelessness. These departments are crucial to the health, safety, and welfare of our county. But spending more money in efforts to create new revenue sources could be ineffective. The county has spent an excessive amount of money on research and development of programs that directly harm the very department you're trying to sustain. One very obvious example is with the marijuana industry. Several years ago, the county examined how the marijuana industry could create income and bought into the lies industry and hired consultants described. Regardless of harms and difficulties the industry posed, the county decided to move forward in hopes of creating a new revenue source. Here we are in 2025, with all the scientific-based data proving that marijuana is directly connected to mental health decline, violent behavior, and aggravated assault. The CDC has been clear when describing cannabis health effects. The state health risks associated with using cannabis include brain health, heart health, driving impairment, lung health, mental health, and unintentional poisoning. If this board's goal is to financially sustain programs such as public health, behavioral health, and homelessness, I would suggest cutting programs that are dragging you down and counteracting the very goals you're trying to achieve. Consider cutting the cannabis program and not further expanding it in our back county. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on items 11 and 12.
Okay, thank you very much. As a reminder, these items are actually continued for tomorrow. For 2 weeks from now, for the 25th. So we now move to item J, board committee reports. If any of my colleagues would like to give an update or report on progress on any of the committees on which they sit. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
I would thank you just briefly. I just want to let the board know that about a week ago, I took a tour of the new Terminal 1 at the San Diego International Airport. This was a tour organized for the Airport Authority Board. Phase 1A of the new Terminal 1 is about 80% complete and is expected to open by September 2025. By the time of the opening, the parking plaza will have a total of 5,200 parking spaces with about 185 EV charging stations. It will have 19 boarding gates and 7 baggage claim carousels. I had the opportunity to preview one of the airline's ticketing areas. The interior design is really beautiful and truly reflects the character of San Diego. There's been a concerted effort to also promote and uplift local business as well in the new airport. The outdoor dining deck has beautiful views of Seaport Village and downtown San Diego. And the next phase for the new terminal, phase 1B, will include construction of another 11 boarding gates, which will bring us to a total of 30 by 2028. We are hopeful, and things are moving right along. There is a little bit of trepidation about the ability of TSA to get their equipment in there in a timely fashion. But we are moving forward, and also the Supervisor Desmond did vote to approve the funding for this project, so it's coming along. Next, briefly, was in Sacramento last week for the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, their delegation trip, super important. I moderated the panel about healthcare in California, and one of the big takeaways that I got from the trip is that our state legislators are very concerned about our Medi-Cal program. As you all know, Medi-Cal provides healthcare services to more than 14 million Californian residents and 900,000 San Diego residents, including families with low or moderate income, seniors, and children. This year, the Medi-Cal program is projected to grow to $188 billion in the state budget. The concerning thing is that only $42 billion of that come from the state's general fund. We will be depending on the federal government for the rest of that, and so it's over $100 billion. They're really trying to determine if federal funding is reduced. The difficult conversations we will have to have about how the Medi-Cal program will have to be scaled back. And so, just wanted to give those two updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Desmond.
I had a kind of a procedural question. So 11 and 12, we're taking to the next meeting 2 weeks from now. Are they going to be taken together at that meeting, or are they going to be separated at that meeting?
They're very intertwined, so the plan is to take them together.
Well, I'm going to probably ask to bifurcate that because they're two different items to me. So I don't want to. I'd like to ask that they be separated. If you want to, we punt them off till the next meeting, fine. But I think they should be taken separately, or at the least, I'm going to have to ask for bifurcation on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Did you have any reports from any committees? Okay. Okay, we do. We have non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lesson-Reamer. We have 14 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 7 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. For those individuals that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'm going to go ahead and call all the remaining speakers in person. If your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Cesar Javier, Perita Javier, Noel Trejo, Robert Pitt, Catherine Rhodes, and Alicia Morrison. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, homelessness will increase if the Federal Reserve is not forced to pay the debt plus damages and abolished. Homelessness will increase if the corrupt wealth distribution is not corrected. See this YouTube video. It's wealth inequality in America. Imprisoning people the government makes homeless is slavery, and people are causing fires to try to stay warm. No time left for government bullshit. 10,605 homeless people. Appy score $10,134 for a 410 square foot 3D printed home. Divided by 4, that is $2,533 for a 10 by 10 foot room. Times 10,605 homeless in San Diego is $26.8 million. So each have a room. For another $10.6 million, you can buy each homeless person a $1,000 adult 5,000 watt 60 volt electric scooter. Top speed 47 miles per hour, range 55 miles with seat. No need to subsidize rent with unsustainable tax dollars. Put them on 1/7 of center of Fiesta Island, or solve 2 problems at once. Row them up along San Diego's 90-mile southern border with razor-sharp back walls. Your counselors will help them get jobs instead of bank accounts so they can reintegrate back into society within 1 to 2 years, leaving you thousands of mobile rooms for emergency shelters or to rent to other cities. 4 Border Patrol agents and their families could be housed every mile, and call 48 other agents within a 6-mile radius, or the military if necessary. Cameras and motion sensors connected to a command center. I'm not talking about deporting migrants. I'm talking about defending our border from the child sex trafficking, rapes, and murders our citizens and police this board's negligence has caused. It will also get you billions of dollars Trump is withholding in federal funds. And no, I am not for Trump. Your low-income housing scam destroys the middle class and taxes them unsustainably to make a few people wealthy.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and this is for Supervisor Jim Desmond. Thank you for talking about the border and showing how the border seems to actually be a border. It's a miracle. So now that it's kind of solved, I would still ask you to ask President Trump, J.D. Vance, the new border czar, and especially the head of the EPA, the new person, to come to San Diego and actually solve our Tijuana River pollution problem through the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement that's up for renewal next year. They're going to renew it anyway. He could come down here and say, and literally go after all the maquiladoras, all the companies that are polluting. Not only are they polluting us, they're polluting the Mexican citizens. You know, I've done a lot of work in Mexico, and it's so sad that they allow all these toxic chemicals to be used that are banned here in the United States to be used there. And now they're coming across our border. And one thing I also wanted to mention that he mentioned before, we have a 60-foot right-of-way along the United States border, from the border north 60 feet in California, Arizona, and New Mexico. That is supposed to be used for utilities. Now we have the border fence, which is great, and we have the road there, but there's still another 20 that belongs to us, you know, everybody. And so my thing is kind of like his, is we could put tiny homes there. We could put all the people coming out of prisons that need a place to live. We could put people who want to protect the border, who want to live there, in tiny homes. Elon Musk is doing something with, he lives in a tiny home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Alicia Morrison, and this is my first County Board of Supervisors meeting. And I wanted to attend to better understand and educate myself on the process of these meetings and how they are conducted. I live in the unincorporated area of Lincoln Acres and have recently retired. Exploring my next chapter in life and being a passionate lover of horses, my search led me to the sheriff's website for the volunteer mounted unit and started down a rabbit hole. Nowhere did I see the sheriff's Lincoln Acres office located on the website. Both Borrego Springs and Boulevard offices are listed. Where's Lincoln Acres? One does exist directly across the corridor from the Lower Sweetwater Fire Protection District. I do have a picture. There it is right there, Sheriff Kelly Martinez. And I felt compelled to do my civic duty for my beloved Lincoln Acres. I'm here to initiate the correction of an oversight and get the Sheriff's Lincoln Acres office listed on the website as soon as possible. As a taxpayer, I would like my community of Lincoln Acres recognized and acknowledged. So I'm guessing that you will probably refer this to the Sheriff's Department to get Lincoln Acres on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Cesar Javier, Parita Javier, Noel Trejo, and Robert Pitt. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Good afternoon. I'm Peggy Walker, a youth advocate and health educator working with a teen Friday night live group and other youth programs. I'm extremely sensitive to the mental health challenges facing young people and the fact they have just one chance to grow up and develop healthy brains. I'm passionate about protecting each child's right to grow up without hindrances like addiction that thwart their mental health. Part of our job as adults is to weed out outside forces that impede that progress. Like an earlier speaker, I applaud the county for filing a lawsuit against social media companies who, as Supervisor Lawson-Remer stated in her newsletter, knowingly design addictive platforms that exploit young people's mental health for profit. I strongly support that speaker's suggestion that the county take the same action against the unchecked power of marijuana profiteers who have built fortunes prioritizing drug addiction over everyone's mental health. Every fault concerning the addictive nature of social media pointed out by Supervisor Lawson-Remer applies to the cannabis industry as well. Assisted by lack of regulatory oversight, it blatantly produces and markets products to entice youth, putting them at risk for mental health issues, including psychosis and schizophrenia, and that's unacceptable. Wise men say you judge a society by how it treats its children. I say let's prioritize the mental health of our children over the addictive platform of the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth substance use prevention. I would like to applaud the county for filing a lawsuit against the major social media companies for, quote, knowingly designing addictive platforms that exploit young people's mental health for profit. In her letter to constituents, Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer said the lawsuit is, quote, a bold stand against the unchecked power of tech billionaires prioritizing profits over public well-being. I agree with these statements. The same is also true of the marijuana industry. Therefore, I would like to ask the county to take a similar stand on marijuana. The marijuana industry also nets billions in profits with large stakes owned by big tobacco companies such as Altria and Philip Morris, who have perfected the art of successfully marketing addictive products to young consumers through product design, flavors, marketing, and social media influence. As Supervisor Lawson-Remer stated, Rady Children's Hospital also reported a 30% increase in children experiencing mental health emergencies, including anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts. Numerous studies also link these same mental health effects to the use of high-potency marijuana by children and teens. On top of that, the number of young children hospitalized at Rady's for marijuana toxicity has quadrupled since legalization, with 1 in 10 ending up in intensive care. The research leaves no doubt about the harm. Please take action to further protect this county's youth from the harms of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon. We'll now move on to public comments on item 13, which are closed session matters. The closed session agenda includes 53 matters that are listed under item 13. Individuals that have requested to speak on closed session matters must provide comments related to the matters listed on the closed session agenda. Otherwise, your comments will be considered off topic. We have 6 requests to speak on closed session matters, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone on item 13, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Lovely, Catherine Rhodes, and I'm talking about item ZZ, anticipated litigation. It could be anything. So I'm thinking it's to do with homelessness. I believe Jim Densman said on Twitter that the state is now saying basically the county is in charge of solving this problem. And I have your solution, of course, if somebody would actually get back to me and let me explain it to you. One of the, and the other thing is, you know, with the I forgot how many millions of dollars it was going to be, or maybe even $1 billion, that 1,000 1,000 people shelter, the city of San Diego is no longer doing it, Hope and Vine. And so what I put forward is an alternative solution, which is the existing 1,000 parking spaces at the closed Silver Strand State Beach, which has been closed for years now because of the Tijuana sewage problem. When you drive there and go there, there's actually state employees that still work there. They have bathrooms, they have sitting areas, they have where you could get your sewage from. And so what I'm asking is for the County of San Diego to go to to bring it forward to you guys, of course, for you to vote on it, and then go to the California Coastal Commission. And there's only 2 requirements from the California Coastal Commission, the same as Barracks H for the City of San Diego at Liberty Station Naval Training Center. And that is you collect your stormwater, and the other one is that you have an on-site wastewater disposal system, usually above ground. Those are the 2 things that you need, that's it. And then, Mayor Todd Gloria is also trying to close the Balboa Park tents. He's saying we have to close it because it's on dedicated parkland, but that's not true. There's an exemption for emergencies, and he still doesn't have the 6-foot-high platforms under every tent.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, regarding conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. First of all, 1 minute is not reasonable according to the Brown Act. I couldn't even get all of my comments out on the border and what you can do about that, which you must do because the homeless are setting fires now. They're going to destroy society. If people thought they were just going to sit around and be homeless and die of the flu or whatever during the summer, during the winter, without, some of them angrily setting a fire or accidentally using a fire to warm themselves, you were mistaken. It's important. And so I didn't even have time to mention that Israel has spent our money and has a much better border protection because of our money we paid for. Much better than we provide for ourselves. So anyway, 1 minute is not enough time, period. It should be 2 minutes minimum on anything. That is not at your discretion to make an unreasonable amount of time. The Brown Act is clear about that. According to 54954.3c, people also have a right to tell you to critique omissions. And omissions are not something that you think is relevant. It is specifically something you considered not relevant that they do consider relevant. You don't have the right to create the narrative and say what you think is relevant about their speech. They're speaking and they're telling you what they think. I think Justin is pretty far out sometimes, but if he considers it on topic that you were not voted in and that you're doing any agenda item, he has the right on every agenda item to present that. It's just his point of view, and it is, again, an omission on your part that he considers relevant. That could be a litigation, definitely.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
A lot of hate, and I hope the union junk doesn't blow the budget. But 53 total cases, apparently none are potential, all are existing. To me, it reflects the arbitrary and unfair pursuit of garbage rules of procedure while ignoring individual circumstances and your apparent policy of kicking the can down the road. I recommend a weekly or more often special meetings to deal with this number of lawsuits before the number of cases overwhelms you, the budget, and causes you to overlook issues of real importance to the people of this county. And shame on you, Tara, for silencing Consuelo. And there are a few other speakers who are in this category. But she was stating the obvious, and obviously you don't like that. Thank you.
Now hear from the next caller.
My person uses the name Audra. Is it only 1 minute or is it 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, it's very telling that you have 53 items on closed session. It is a reflection of what the government in San Diego is doing. And the fact that you're only going to allow basically just 2-point-something seconds for each item to be addressed is an impossibility. There's no way you could address all of these items in the time allotted. And knowing that the Board of Supervisors is under investigation by the FBI is also telling. And the fact that you guys are going to go into closed session and deal with 53 items, I bet none of you fully are aware of what is going on in each litigating item that you are going to be talking about in closed session. Not only that, you're not going to report back to the people what was actually done. You're always going to say there's nothing to report back. But the amount of time that you're going to be spending on all of these just shows that you guys aren't doing what's necessary to make sure that you guys aren't engaging in things that need to be fought in the courts by, like, silencing people. And again, yeah, with Consuelo, you shouldn't have done that arbitrarily just to her. If you're going to do that, you need to be equitable and do it with all the people that you are having to sit there and stop, which you shouldn't even be doing anyway, because that will lead yourselves to be in litigation for going against your oath and violating the First Amendment rights of the people to be able to come in and redress their grievances. That's, again, why Claudia Silvia should be fired and shouldn't be the one that is giving you any kind of advice when she herself is not aware of what needs to be done and is abrogating her oath as well, and she's attached to the bar, so she's always going to do something that is in violation of the people's rights. So to be going to her for any kind of information or advice is actually furthering the abuse of the people, and it's just sad to see that there's this many.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the closed session matters.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a few adjournments today. This concludes the business before the board. Today's first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp in memory of Dr. Charlie Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of the life and legacy of Dr. Charlie Ray Johnson, a beloved physician, a community leader, and advocate who dedicated his life to serving others. Born on November 4th, 1946, in Gilmer, Texas, Dr. Johnson was the fifth of 7 children and moved with his family to San Diego in 1954. It was here that he cultivated his passion for education, science, and medicine, earning degrees from San Diego State University and later obtaining his MD from UC San Diego in 1975. For more than 40 years, Dr. Johnson provided compassionate medical care to the community where he was raised, owning and operating Johnson Medical Group in National City. He was not only a healer, but a visionary, playing a key role in expanding access to health care in Southeast San Diego, including leading efforts to help establish one of the first new medical buildings in the area in 15 years. Dr. Johnson's dedication extended beyond his own practice, ensuring that quality health care was available to those who needed it most. Later in his career, he continued his life's work in the Visalia area, bringing his expertise and compassion to the Kauai Delta Health Medical Center. He was more than a physician. He was a mentor, a role model, and a beacon of hope for countless patients, students, and aspiring medical professionals. His commitment to uplifting his community and breaking down barriers in healthcare will never be forgotten. Dr. Johnson's passing is a profound loss, but his legacy of service and excellence will live on in the lives he touched and the community he helped build. Dr. Charlie Johnson leaves his loving and devoted wife, Rebecca Johnson, 3 sisters, 2 stepsons, and a host of loved ones, relatives, and friends to cherish his memory. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues, and all who were blessed to know him. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's second adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Lorraine Boyce.
Thank you. This adjournment is in memory of Lorraine Boyce. She was Escondido's first female mayor. She recently just passed away at 98. She was born in Los Angeles in 1927, and she moved to Escondido in 1954 with her family and became deeply involved in community service. She served on the city council from 1970 to 1978, contributing to numerous local initiatives, including the Escondido Community Child Development Center and North County Transit District. Lorraine is also involved in various regional commissions and organizations such as the Governor's Commission for Early Childhood Education and SANDAG. Her legacy includes her compassionate leadership, particularly in advocating for children's welfare and educational initiatives. Colleagues and former city leaders praised her dedication, integrity, and impactful contributions, noticing her lasting influence on Escondido. Lorraine's work in city politics and local development included her role in securing the city's right to regulate billboards is still highly regarded. And after retiring, she continued to engage in local affairs, remaining sharp and involved in the community that she loved so much. Lorraine's contributions have left a profound mark on Escondido, and she is remembered as a beloved figure who shaped the city's growth and well-being. So our heartfelt condolences go to her loving family, dear friends, and the Escondido Community Child Development Center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, this session is adjourned. We're going to go directly to closed session, and we will be in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, February 12th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 13 on today's general legislative session agenda. If there are any reportable actions, it will be reported out during the land use legislative session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, February 12th, 2025.